Chapter 2255. Du Xiaofu scanned his surroundings but didn't see Zi Xian. Most likely, she wasn't with Huang Ling. However, there were quite a few experts gathered around. Most of them were Yao experts from the Beast region. Quite a few of them weren't weak. There were also quite a few talented youngsters who were protected by some older generation experts. After nodding at Huang Ling, and the others, Du Xiaofu followed Feng Han's words and looked forward, sizing up the area. There really were traces of an ancient formation up ahead. Combined with the commotion just now, it was no wonder these people hadn't charged in yet. Rumbling sounds rang out. Talismans and mysterious runes suddenly lit up. Although they were incomplete, they converged into a dazzling beam of light that shot into the sky. A large area collapsed and the ground shook. Everyone was on high alert. They stared into the distance, sensing an ancient aura. There's definitely a treasure or opportunity here. I can sense the aura of a treasure. This is an extremely ancient mountain, way before the great dragon Phoenix tribulation. I feel like there's definitely a paragon's inheritance here. The surrounding creatures murmured with anticipation and desire. They were also quite nervous. After all, they all knew that this place was fraught with danger. Even saints could easily fall into calamity. Wealth comes from danger. This is a dangerous place, but it also has great fortune. After so long, I'd like to see just how dangerous this place can be. A burly middle-aged man with the aura of a powerful beast spoke up. He stepped out from the crowd, his eyes blazing. He couldn't resist the urge to enter. Quite a few creatures looked at him. Some looked at him with disdain, while others sneered inwardly. They welcomed someone who was willing to be a pawn. I'll go too. A thunderous roar came from an old man in his 50s. His aura surged, and the image of a ferocious leopard appeared around him. Its aura was astonishing. It's the shocking sky leopard. He's still alive. Someone cried out in alarm. This old man was quite famous, but he hadn't appeared in a long time. He was a terrifying expert of the leopard clan of the Beast region. The two beast race experts then entered the forest. Let's go. Follow them. As the two beast men strode forward, all of the surrounding living beings also hurriedly followed suit. It doesn't seem simple. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He could feel the aura of thunder and lightning from the depths of the cave. The fluctuating electric arcs were not simple. Should we go in? Su Yangzi asked Du Xiaofu. With this fellow by his side, it was naturally much safer. Let's go in and take a look. Du Xiaofu nodded. Although this place was not a good place, it should not be like the mysterious place in front of them. Feeling the aura of lightning, Du Xiaofu also wanted to investigate. Seeing that the Demon King and Du Xiaofu had also entered, the surrounding creatures no longer hesitated and followed behind them. Inside, there were dilapidated walls everywhere. Although some places were still intact, they were also covered in dust. Some creatures entered the ancient palace to search, but they didn't find anything. Du Xiaofu released his consciousness. With the talent of the red-bone horse monkey bloodline soul, it would be difficult for treasures to escape his senses. There were piles of rubble everywhere, and the ground was cracked. There was little vegetation, and it was shrouded in mist. Huge rocks could be seen everywhere, and there were also some dried-up bones scattered everywhere. Pang, not far ahead, there was a light that overflowed into the heavens. Some creatures had touched something and caused an unforeseen event. Several experts had also been killed. Rumble, the entire ground shook and was filled with killing intent. It blocked all of the surrounding creatures, and no one dared to rashly approach. Walala, mysterious runes surged out from all around, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was as if they were alive, causing the surrounding creatures' expressions to change. A damaged ancient formation, but it's very powerful. Du Xiaofu looked up and saw some traces of an ancient formation. It was a damaged formation that had been left behind, and it should have been the protective formation of this place. However, it was still very powerful, enough to make ordinary Saint Realm cultivators feel apprehensive. Moreover, they didn't know what would happen inside this ancient land, so they didn't dare to barge in. This ancient formation is very powerful, but I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Dai Xingyu's clear eyes were filled with doubt. She looked forward as if she was inspecting something. Not long after, as the hand seal condensed, a light spread out from the hand seal and entered the damaged formation. Xingyu seems to be able to break the formation. Huangling, Feng Han, Su Yangzi, and the others were all shocked, and their expressions changed inwardly. They also knew some talisman matrices and could feel that the incomplete matrix here was not ordinary. Now, Dai Xingyu seemed to be able to break the matrix. Her attainments were definitely not shallow. Although Du Xiaofu was a little surprised, he didn't find it too strange. Dai Xingyu's master was someone at the same level as Fu Yibai. Even Du Xiaofu had always suspected that among the five of them, only the East deity had yet to show himself. If he wasn't mistaken, Dai Xingyu's master was that East deity who had yet to show himself. Don't act rashly. After Dai Xingyu entered the formation, Du Xiaofu was naturally not at ease. After instructing Little Green, Little Tiger, and the others, he condensed hand seals and followed behind. Although this damaged formation was powerful, Du Xiaofu could still see through it. Moreover, with the talent of the Redbone Horse Monkey's bloodline soul, ordinary formations would not be able to stop Du Xiaofu. As for the other creatures, they saw Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu enter the damaged formation and were submerged in the damaged talisman script, but they didn't dare to enter. In the damaged formation, Dai Xingyu focused on breaking the formation, constantly condensing hand seals. Aowu, however, this damaged formation was profound and complex. It emitted violent fluctuations, and a monstrous energy fluctuation condensed into a ferocious beast head. It distorted the void and tried to devour Dai Xingyu. Dai Xingyu's expression changed. She had just made a slight mistake and activated this damaged formation. This kind of power was not something she could easily withstand. Right at this moment, Du Xiaofu appeared beside Dai Xingyu. A Redbone Horse Monkey's shadow enveloped Dai Xingyu in an instant. The ferocious beast head roared and then disappeared. Within the Redbone Horse Monkey's shadow, Dai Xingyu's expression changed. There was still some lingering fear in her heart. Come, let's go inside and take a look. Du Xiaofu smiled and enveloped Dai Xingyu in the Redbone Horse Monkey's shadow. They then proceeded to break the formation. The Redbone Horse Monkey's talent allowed it to ignore ordinary formations. This gave Du Xiaofu a huge advantage. If it was Dai Xingyu, even if Du Xiaofu could succeed, it would take a lot of time. After about half an hour, a huge building appeared in the damaged formation. It had an ancient green color and was perfectly preserved. It seemed to be built with a special material and was indestructible. It seemed to have been standing here for a long time. Zizi, the surface of the huge building was filled with electric arcs that contained the power of lightning. Chapter 2256. Dai Xingyu looked around and said, "This place doesn't look simple. Maybe it used to be the main palace of this mountain gate." Du Xiaofu was very cautious. He also felt an unusual ancient aura here, especially one that contained the power of lightning. He gazed at the perfectly preserved Great Hall from afar. The mysterious runes on it were fluctuating, profound, and unfathomable. Then, Du Xiaofu's heart sank. This formation was actually very complete. There didn't seem to be any flaws. Brother Xiaofu, the formation in front doesn't seem to be damaged. Dai Xingyu had also noticed this, causing her expression to turn serious. She had nearly encountered great trouble with the incomplete formation earlier, and it was obvious that there was a complete formation around the perfectly preserved main hall. Once it was touched, it would likely lead to terrifying consequences. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. This formation was complicated and came from ancient times. Not to mention whether he could break it, even if he could, it was definitely not something that could be done in a day. Furthermore, this was a complete array and not a broken one. Du Xiaofu didn't know if the Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Spirit innate skill would work. If the Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Spirit innate skill lost its effect, he would immediately trigger the array and the consequences would be dire. Be careful. Let's go. After thinking for a while, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. The Redbone Horse Monkey wrapped around him and Dai Xingyu, and they headed towards the main palace. In the midst of nervousness, the two figures smoothly entered the main palace under the Redbone Horse Monkey's shadow. Du Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. After entering the main palace, he withdrew the Redbone Horse Monkey's shadow. However, his expression changed. As far as the eye could see, the enormous hall was actually empty. And in the depths of the main palace, there was a huge hole. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Zizi, it led to the depths of the ground. It was filled with an ancient aura. Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning. Rumble, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the deep passageway. It was like thunder, and lightning surged out. It was dazzling and dazzling, illuminating the deep and vast hall. It was like a rising sun accompanied by runes that flickered fiercely. After that, it was submerged and returned to normal. There's a treasure, an absolute treasure. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, the Redbone Horse Monkey's meridian soul had clearly sensed the aura of a precious treasure. This precious treasure was related to thunder and lightning. Xingyu, wait for me here. Don't move around recklessly. Du Xiaofu instructed Dai Xingyu, wanting to investigate deeper. Okay. Brother Xiaofu, be careful. Dai Xingyu nodded. She knew that with her strength, she would only be a burden. Du Xiaofu nodded. His body was wrapped in golden light, and he jumped into the deep pit. The enormous pit was like a tunnel leading to the 9 nether hells. It was unknown how deep it was. Electric arcs constantly appeared, and the sound of sizzling could not be heard. It echoed in this bottomless tunnel, adding to the terror. Du Xiaofu carefully went deeper. His Xian Qi circulated in the god's watchtower. He did not dare to be careless. He wanted to go deeper. The crackling sound of the electric arcs became more and more intense. Zizi, after an unknown period of time, a bright electric arc rushed out from the depths of the pit with crackling sounds. Zizi, Du Xiaofu did not dodge. He secretly circulated his thunder martial vein and allowed the electric arc to land on his body. When it came into contact with his body, it released a bright electric arc. It was dazzling and then disappeared into his body. Du Xiaofu focused. This was purposely probing. This electric arc was not ordinary, but fortunately, it was not to the extent that he was afraid. The main thing was that he did not know what dangers were hidden below. As he continued to go deeper, Du Xiaofu encountered more and more electric arcs rushing out. They were like thunder, carrying with them the sound of thunder. Not long after, Du Xiaofu also discovered many floating boulders. They seemed to be the building materials of the hall. There were also many huge white bones floating. They were glowing with a white color, as if they had been floating here for a very long time. The area below the deep pit became wider and wider. It was as if half of it was endless, and one could not see the end of it. Rumble, suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt a chill. An exceptionally bright bolt of lightning had silently appeared behind him. It exploded with resplendent lightning and charged towards him. Circulating his thunder martial vein, Du Xiaofu wanted to absorb the lightning into his body. However, suddenly, a pair of dazzling eyes opened within the lightning. The eyes were scarlet red and exploded with lightning. It actually went around Du Xiaofu's back and drilled towards Du Xiaofu's forehead. Du Xiaofu was surprised and did not dare to be careless. He turned his body sideways and his feet moved like a deity. He dodged the lightning attack and retreated to the side. At this moment, Du Xiaofu saw clearly that the lightning was actually a meter-long electric snake. It was fluctuating with resplendent electric arcs. This electric snake was very strange. It was not condensed by lightning, but was completely alive. It was the size of a thumb and was covered in scales that flickered with electric arcs. The electric snake even spat out electric arcs as it floated in the air. Its scarlet eyes were filled with coldness as it stared at Du Xiaofu. What is this? Du Xiaofu was surprised. There was no record of this item in the heavenly spirit record. Qi La, the tiny lightning snake, stared intently at Du Xiaofu and charged out once again. Lightning arcs were resplendent as runes filled the air. Despite its small size, an extremely impressive strength erupted from its tiny body. It was no weaker than an ordinary martial honorable. Du Xiaofu saw the item clearly. Although he was surprised by its power, he did not hold back. A purple electric arc surged out from his palm and directly shattered the electric snake. He then absorbed the power of lightning into his palm. Oh no, suddenly, Du Xiaofu's hair stood on end. He seemed to have felt something and suddenly looked into the distance. At this moment, a resplendent electric arc shone in front of him. Pairs of cold eyes opened and filled the air as they flew towards him. Rumble, it was a group of densely packed lightning snakes. They were all the same as the ones Du Xiaofu had just killed. They had gathered into a group of snakes, and one couldn't see the end of them. They filled the void. This is not good. It's strange. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of those electric snakes was nothing, but now that there were so many of them, he didn't know if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. That was absolutely terrifying. Even an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would be exhausted to death if they were trapped inside. Rumble, countless electric arcs hissed and spat out electric arcs. They gathered together and thunder rumbled. It was deafening and the momentum was even more terrifying. Everywhere they passed, they seemed to be able to destroy everything. Hide. Du Xiaofu didn't want to fight it head-on. There were too many lightning snakes and they were too frightening. They were accompanied by the power of thunder and lightning. He definitely couldn't fight it head-on. Who knew what other terrifying things were waiting for him? Chapter 2257. Boom, the sound of thunder resounded, and the resplendent talisman engravings covered Du Xiaofu's body. He activated his thunder martial vein, and in an instant, purple electric arcs rippled, bringing with them the sound of thunder. At this moment, the electric snakes that covered the sky seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, fear appeared in their eyes, and they did not dare to come closer. They hurriedly stopped in front of him, but they did not leave. With the help of the flashing electric light, Du Xiaofu saw a dense storm of electric snakes. Some were 1 meter long, and some were actually more than 3 meters long. They were even more powerful. When they gathered together, the scene was very frightening. Woo-woo, as if they were afraid of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein, these electric snakes did not dare to come closer. However, for some reason, they did not leave. They blocked in front of him, as if they were protecting something. They made woo-woo sounds, and the electric arcs flickered in and out, looking very ferocious. Du Xiaofu originally wanted to escape, but seeing that these electric snakes were really afraid of the thunder martial vein, he relaxed a lot. The treasure is inside. After that, Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows. His innate talent of the redbone horse monkey bloodline spirit could sense that the treasure he was looking for was behind this pile of lightning snakes. If he wanted to find the treasure, there was no way he could avoid this pile of lightning snakes. He didn't know what kind of place this was for such a strange thing to appear. Boom! Unable to dodge, Du Xiaofu did not want to waste any time. He activated his thunder martial vein, and in the midst of lightning and thunder, he crossed over. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the void shook, and monstrous electric arcs flashed. Woo-woo, the densely packed electric snakes made woo-woo sounds, and they all retreated, fear in their eyes. Du Xiaofu quickly crossed over. These electric snakes did not dare to come close, so there was no need to attack to avoid causing any unforeseen events. He moved his body and quickly left. Looking at Du Xiaofu moving forward, these electric snakes did not dare to chase after him. Instead, they kept making buzzing noises, which gathered together to form a deafening thunderclap. After a while, Du Xiaofu managed to extricate himself from the densely packed lightning snakes. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, the thunder martial vein seemed to be the nemesis of these lightning snakes. If they were to really fight, with so many lightning snakes to kill, the consequences would be terrifying. Passing through the densely packed electric arcs, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to stay any longer. He could also feel the aura of the treasure getting closer and closer. Continuing forward, the electric arcs inside became more and more resplendent. A particularly terrifying aura appeared. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to get close at all. Lightning flashed, and lightning radiance gushed out. Lightning talisman patterns appeared everywhere, causing the void to crack. It was dazzling and resplendent. Not long after, the void rumbled and electric arcs surged. In the vast void ahead, Du Xiaofu found the treasure under the guidance of the Redbone Horse Monkey talent. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Resplendent electric arcs brought along pitch-black cracks in the void. Blazing lightning radiance burst out, and an object about the length of an arm appeared. Its roots were completely connected by electric arcs, as if it had taken root in the depths of the void. It exploded with a dazzling light that was even more dazzling than the sun. This plant was very strange. It was silver-white in color and did not have a single leaf. However, it was in full bloom. It looked like a lotus, but it was not a lotus. It was densely covered with mysterious talisman scripts. Electric arcs were constantly crackling, and a surging aura was violently spreading in all directions. Crackle, as these electric arcs bloomed, they illuminated the vast space with a resplendent glow. A powerful thunderbolt energy filled the air, causing Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in the thunder martial vein, to involuntarily feel his heart tremble. This thunderous force was too powerful. It was enough to make an expert at the peak of the initial stage of the Sage Realm retreat. Solar Thunder Root, this is the legendary Solar Thunder Root. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu could not help but exclaim. He recalled a plant that was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the records. This was the Solar Thunder Root. The Solar Thunder Root was a legendary treasure for the cultivators of the Thunder Profound. It could only be encountered by chance, and not sought. It only existed in legends. No one could be sure whether the Solar Thunder Root existed or not. However, its value was not less than the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. It was said that if a cultivator of the Thunder Profound could obtain the Solar Thunder Root, it would be a trivial matter for them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. More importantly, it could be fused with the 5 veins. Once the Solar Thunder Root was planted deep in the body, one would be able to mobilize the thunderous force of the heaven and earth. The comprehension of the Thunder Profound would progress by leaps and bounds. Phew, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. It was difficult for him to calm down the excitement in his heart. Du Xiaofu had already seen the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, the space of the God Domain, and other treasures. Therefore, he would not be so excited about ordinary treasures. Under normal circumstances, Du Xiaofu wouldn't be so excited just because of the Sun Lightning Root. However, the Solar Thunder Root had a different value for Du Xiaofu now that he had the Thunder Martial Veins, and was cultivating the Thunder Profound. Du Xiaofu knew that the Solar Thunder Root would bring great benefits to the Thunder Profound if he could obtain it. He could feel the resplendent Solar Thunder Root that was connected to the entire void. The surging power of thunder and lightning seemed to have formed a sea of thunder and lightning in the void. The electric arcs fluctuated as if they were about to converge into thunderbolts. Du Xiaofu reckoned that this was not an ordinary solar thunder root. My goodness, this is an unexpected harvest. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that this place would give birth to such a legendary treasure. How could Du Xiaofu let go of such a treasure? An ordinary expert at the peak of the initial stage of the Sage Realm wouldn't dare to approach this solar thunder root. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't an ordinary expert at the initial stage of the Sage Realm. Moreover, he was proficient in the Thunder Profound. The electric arcs fluctuated as the hand seals condensed. The resplendent lightning surged out, and transformed into a huge purple thunderbolt hand seal. It contained the power of the thunder martial veins. Du Xiaofu wrapped the solar thunder root, and sealed it in his hand. Qi La, suddenly, the electric arcs in the surroundings issued a strange sound. Then, an unusual energy quietly emerged. Du Xiaofu didn't know why this energy fluctuation made him feel a chill in his heart. It was an extremely dangerous aura. Suddenly, two groups of blazing lightning balls appeared in the front of the resplendent electric arcs. They were as big as two bright moons. The lightning was so resplendent that even Du Xiaofu felt dazzling. This is a living thing. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two bright moon-like lightning balls. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt goosebumps all over his body. Those two lightning balls were living things. They were two huge eyes. Du Xiaofu felt goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly, the outline of a huge object appeared in the void. It seemed as if it wanted to cover the entire void. Du Xiaofu's scalp began to tingle at this moment. A feeling of extreme danger crawled out from his heart. Chapter 2258. At the same time, thunder roared all around the void. The surging power of thunder and lightning rippled crazily, condensing into bolts of lightning that were at least 100 feet long. Under the dazzling light of the lightning, Du Xiaofu could see clearly that it was a gigantic strange beast that was thousands of feet long. Its entire body was wrapped in lightning, like a tiger or a lion. Its ferocious eyes were like two bright moon-sized suns. It was filled with a terrifying thunder and lightning aura that far surpassed the early stage of the Saint Realm. Rumble. This terrifying thunder beast made its move. With a low groan, the sound waves were like endless thunder, rumbling and deafening. Its huge ferocious eyes were fixed on the solar thunder root in Du Xiaofu's hand. Spiritual thunder, no, it's a demon spirit. It's at least in the late stage of the Saint Demon Realm. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He originally thought that this terrifying thunder and lightning aura was a spiritual thunder, but it turned out that it was not a spiritual thunder, nor was it a beast. It was a demon spirit, a terrifying demon spirit. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the thunder and lightning, Du Xiaofu estimated that this terrifying monster was not much weaker than Huolei Laozu. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and knew that the appearance of such a terrifying demon spirit beast definitely had something to do with the solar thunder root in his hand. Du Xiaofu definitely did not want to miss out on a treasure like the solar thunder root. Qi La, in an instant, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and directly stuffed the solar thunder root in his hand into his mouth. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, Du Xiaofu did not even need to chew. The solar thunder root actually melted in his mouth, turning into a ball of spiritual liquid. However, the spiritual liquid formed by the solar thunder root made Du Xiaofu feel as if he had swallowed a large mouthful of thunder and lightning. It was as if his throat was being torn apart and his mouth was about to explode. Along with a surge of vigorous energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas, it directly spread throughout his body. The feeling was indescribable. Roar, seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually eaten the sun thunder root, the giant thunder beast immediately roared. Undisguised killing intent gushed out from its ominous eyes. Countless dazzling lightning bolts appeared in the surroundings, and pitch-black space fissures opened up in the void, causing one's soul to tremble. Boom! Without any hesitation, ignoring the discomfort in his body, Du Xiaofu directly activated the Thunder Martial Vein. The Cyan spirit armor covered his entire body. The mysterious purple thunder talisman charm exploded. The Cyan spirit armor shone brightly. The feather-like armor carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock race. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was also surrounded by purple lightning. From afar, he looked like the god of thunder who had descended. He was filled with the supreme power of thunder, and his murderous aura spread. There was no murderous aura, but it reflected the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. It could shake the heavens and punish all living things. When the thunder martial vein covered Du Xiaofu's entire body, the giant thunder beast's ominous eyes suddenly fluctuated violently. It seemed as if the sea of thunder was surging with stormy waves. An even more dreadful aura swept out, and agitated the vast and mighty void. However, the killing intent in the giant thunder beast's eyes had subsided a lot. It stared at the thunder martial vein on Du Xiaofu's body. There was surprise, fear, curiosity, desire, and some kind of reverence in its eyes. Its huge body even drew back a little. Du Xiaofu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Who would have thought that the Sun Thunder root would be so disgusting? Wasn't it said that the function of the Sun Thunder root was to fuse martial veins? However, it didn't say that the energy contained in the Sun Thunder root was so huge and vigorous. Moreover, it was so violent and destructive. An ordinary expert of the initial stage of the Sage Realm would have exploded and died if his body hadn't been tough enough. At this time, Du Xiaofu's thoughts would have been enough to arouse public anger if the experts of the outside world had known about it. Du Xiaofu had eaten a treasure like the Sun Thunder root in such a wasteful manner. Moreover, he had even complained that it tasted bad. How could others live with this? The pain that Du Xiaofu had endured had eased a little after he had stimulated the Thunder Martial Vein. The Thunder Martial Vein seemed to have a suppressive effect on the violent thunder and lightning energy contained in the Sun Thunder root. That surging thunder and lightning energy was surging violently in his body towards the Thunder Martial Vein. It was accompanied by a mysterious energy that was gradually fusing with the Thunder Martial Vein. It was showing signs of strengthening the Thunder Martial Vein. "Senior, I've already eaten the Sun Thunder root. Why don't we have a discussion? I'm willing to exchange other treasures for it. What do you think?" Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain-like giant thunder beast in front of him and asked. His pupils were secretly rolling in his eyes. He wanted to find an opportunity to escape. It wouldn't be wise to start a fight with this giant thunder beast. "Who are you?" The giant thunder beast opened its mouth. Even though its voice was like thunder, there was a childish tone to it. The voice reverberated in Du Xiaofu's ears, causing Du Xiaofu's eardrums to tingle. "Senior, my name is Du Xiaofu. I'm from the outside world." Looking at how the giant thunder beast seemed to be interested, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth. But hearing that childish voice, Du Xiaofu was a little suspicious. Could it be that this giant thunder beast had yet to complete its human form? Outside, the giant thunder beast stared at Du Xiaofu. The curiosity in its eyes intensified. It then opened its mouth and said, "Eat my Sun Thunder root. The martial veins in your body, let me study, and I'll let you leave." The intermittent voice of the giant thunder beast reverberated through the void. Those gigantic eyes were like a sea of thunder as they stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu. If Du Xiaofu made any move, it would definitely strike immediately. Study the thunder martial veins, Du Xiaofu was taken aback. Then, he pondered. Sensing the aura of this huge lightning beast, he knew that if he were to fight it head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there was still Dai Xingyu and the others outside. However, he did not know if he should trust this huge lightning beast. "Your martial veins. I seem to have seen them before. I'm very familiar with them. The giant thunder beast stared at Du Xiaofu and continued. If I let you study the thunder martial veins, you'll let me stay here? Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and stared at the giant thunder beast. Yes. The giant thunder beast nodded. Okay, deal. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and nodded. Who would have thought that there would be such a big guy here? At this moment, it seemed that he had no choice but to agree. The giant thunder beast was a thunder demon spirit. His thunder martial veins should be useful to it. Then, it wouldn't trick him, but it was hard to say whether it would burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, the surging energy of the sun thunder root in his body made Du Xiaofu think of a way to deal with it immediately. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. He continued to cover the thunder martial veins and sat down cross-legged. Purple thunder runes spread out in half the void, condensing into strands of purple thunder runes and deducing the mysteries of the thunder martial veins. Looking at this scene, the giant thunder beast's eyes were filled with longing and joy. Chapter 2259. Staring at the purple lightning runes around Du Xiaofu, the giant lightning beast was immersed in them. Time passed slowly. No one knew what was happening in the void below the pit. It's been so long. Will Big Brother Xiaofu be okay? In the main hall, Dai Xingyu had a serious expression and was worried. It had been more than 40 hours. She couldn't help but worry about Du Xiaofu. Demon King Du Xiaofu went in. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that the Demon King Du Xiaofu has already taken the treasures inside? The living beings waiting outside also started to become restless. After such a long time, the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu still hadn't come out. Perhaps they had obtained some great treasures. However, these living beings still didn't dare to act rashly. This ancient incomplete formation was too strong. They didn't dare to touch it easily. Ouyang Xuan, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others also had serious expressions at this moment. The vast expanse of space was densely covered with lightning. Within a purple lightning world, vast and boundless murderous aura spread out. Lightning arcs condensed in the surroundings and roared madly like giant pythons. Rumbling sounds of lightning flashing and thunder resounded incessantly in this expanse of space, causing it to be extremely shocking and strange. In the void, a gigantic mountain-like thunder and lightning beast silhouette appeared, quietly filling the void. Lightning flashed all around, illuminating the void. Resplendent thunder and lightning talismans interweaved with each other. Within the purple lightning world, a figure was seated with his legs crossed. Purple lightning circled around his body. Electric arcs danced around him in a frenzy, shuttling back and forth on the surface of the green spirit armor, causing the color of the golden-green spirit armor to become increasingly deep, revealing a purplish gold color. Time didn't have much meaning in this deep pit. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Du Xiaofu comprehended the mysteries of the lightning martial vein. He also absorbed the dense energy from the sun thunder root in his body and refined it into the god's watchtower. Ordinary early Saint Realm cultivators wouldn't dare to swallow such surging energy. It was too dangerous. It was undoubtedly suicide. For ordinary people, directly swallowing the sun thunder root was undoubtedly a waste of a treasure. However, it was different for Du Xiaofu, who cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great peng. After being refined by the cultivation method of the golden-winged great peng, it was enough to absorb the vast amount of energy from the sun thunder root into the great golden peng peng. The mysterious energy contained within the sun thunder root had already fused with Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein. It flowed within the lightning martial vein, quietly causing Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein to become even more resplendent. It also allowed Du Xiaofu to feel the mysteries of lightning spreading. It was as if he had gained enlightenment. This kind of feeling was incomparable to any other feeling for cultivators. The temptation brought about by this kind of enlightenment was something that cultivators couldn't resist. In just over 60 hours, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that his understanding of the mysteries of lightning had improved a lot. The profound energy in the god's watchtower had also improved a lot. This kind of improvement allowed Du Xiaofu to clearly feel that he was moving towards a higher level. Finally, after 40 hours, the purple lightning runes began to weaken. In the end, they quietly calmed down and slowly dissipated into the void. Crackle, crackle, at the same time, the purple lightning arcs that filled the surface of Du Xiaofu's body also swept into Du Xiaofu's blue spirit armor amidst a series of crackling sounds and disappeared. When the last strand of purple lightning disappeared, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened after his eyelashes trembled slightly. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, 2 substantial bolts of purple lightning suddenly burst out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. They were like purple lightning pythons that tore through the void with a roar. They soared into the sky and directly swept into the depths of the void. A vast and unparalleled aura also swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the void. Huff! As a mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his throat, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body calmed down. The resplendent purple lightning in his eyes also gradually retracted, returning to a clear and bright state. Probing with his mind, Du Xiaofu's face suddenly revealed an uncontrollable joy. The corners of his mouth lifted into a happy arc. After refining the sun lightning root, the aura on his body rose sharply. If he relied on himself to cultivate, it would probably take at least a few years. More importantly, his thunder martial veins had obviously strengthened by a lot. There was also his comprehension of the mysteries of lightning, as expected of a great treasure. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. A great treasure like the sun lightning root was indeed worthy of its reputation. Without being too distracted, Du Xiaofu did not forget that he was still in a dangerous situation. He raised his eyes and looked ahead. The outline of the giant lightning beast appeared. Electric arcs flickered around its body. Endless aura filled the air. The giant ferocious eyes were already closed. It seemed to be immersed in comprehension. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was the one who carefully observed this giant creature. He could not help but feel shocked. Where was this place? It actually gave birth to such a great treasure like the sun lightning root and gave birth to such a terrifying creature. The aura on its body was not much weaker than that of Huolei Laozu. However, Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that although this giant creature's aura was terrifying, it seemed to be lacking something. It was still quite immature. It is immersed in comprehension. It is comprehending the mysteries of lightning. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. This giant creature was comprehending the mysteries of lightning. As promised, it did not attack him. However, he did not know if it would fulfill its promise after waking up. Now was the best time to leave. Go, he had already obtained the sun lightning root. There were still people waiting outside. This was the best time to leave. Du Xiaofu would not miss this opportunity. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to wait for the giant creature to wake up. At that time, he did not know what the consequences would be. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly stopped. He looked back at the giant creature in front of him and frowned. There was a light flashing in his eyes, as if he was hesitating about something. Fine, I have obtained your sun lightning root. I will also give you an opportunity. In the future, we will not owe each other anything. I hope that after you wake up, you will not find trouble with me. Du Xiaofu spoke like this. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of violet-colored talisman markings of lightning floated up into appearance from the center of his palm, and in the end, they transformed into an arm-sized violet-colored pillar of lightning that was extremely dazzling. Moreover, a strand of vast aura of execution spread throughout the sky, and it revealed the might of creation and the righteousness of the heavens and the earth. Go! With a light shout, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the purple lightning beam in his hand pierced through the air, directly plunging into the space between the eyebrows of the behemoth that was tightly shut. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Tisk, at the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure broke through the void and left without any hesitation. Thank you, Moss. Fu. I will go look for you. Just as Du Xiaofu left, a tender voice rang out. Along with the faint vibrations of electricity, it reverberated through the void. Chapter 2260. With a light shout, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the purple lightning beam in his hand pierced through the air. It directly plunged into the space between the eyebrows of the behemoth, and disappeared in a flash. TSK. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure broke through the air and left without any hesitation. Thank you, Moss. Fu. I will go look for you. Just as Du Xiaofu left, a tender voice rang out. Accompanied by the faint vibrations of electricity, it reverberated through the void. Du Xiaofu left and got out of the void without a hitch. Along the way, he did not meet with any of those scary electric snakes. When Dai Xingyu, who was already filled with worry, caught sight of Du Xiaofu, her solemn face finally relaxed. Let's leave first. We can't stay here for long. Du Xiaofu said to Dai Xingyu. There was that horrifying being inside. The further they got, the better. But by the time Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu reached the entrance, there was already a huge mess. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed, deafening their ears as thunder filled the entire sky. Roar. Many powerful beings of the beast race had activated their true forms and roared out like thunder. Even Huang Linger, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoqing were no exception. Their auras were torrential. Bam! 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 Huang Linger, Feng Han, Su Yangzi, and the others were not in a good state either. They were injured and looked wretched. The remnant formation has exploded. Not good. Du Xiaofu's face changed. Immediately, he struck out to help Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, O Yangshuang, Su Yangzi, and Huang Linger. With Du Xiaofu's help, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Huang Linger managed to break free. But the explosion of the remnant formation was a disaster for the other living beings. Almost no one could escape as they were all destroyed by the thunderbolts. Run! Outside the entrance, there were some living beings who were further away and did not manage to enter in time. Looking at the frightening commotion, they fled immediately. Bam! 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 That! How? That was. Huang Linger, Feng Han, Su Yangzi, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air with lingering fear in their hearts. They had almost all died inside. This place was indeed abnormally dangerous. Soon after, Du Xiaofu found out from the others that someone could not help but barge into the formation. In the end, for some reason, the remnant formation exploded. Fortunately, it was a remnant formation. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape. Thank you. After calming down, Huang Linger, Su Yangzi, and the others thanked Du Xiaofu. They owed him a big favor. Let's leave as soon as possible. This place is not good. We can't stay here for long. Du Xiaofu did not tell the others what happened inside. He had obtained the solar thunder root alone, but he had helped Huang Linger and the others, so he felt at ease. As for this place, Du Xiaofu knew that the big guy was still inside. Once it chased him out, he would not be its opponent. It was better to leave as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Huang Linger, Su Yangzi, and the others, Du Xiaofu left with Huang Linger, Dai Xingyu, and the others. He had no intention of going with Huang Linger and Su Yangzi. Huang Linger, Su Yangzi, and the others looked at the backs of Du Xiaofu and the others as they left. They felt a little helpless. After such a long time, it was impossible for that guy to not obtain anything inside. However, they understood the former's temperament, so they did not ask too much. Moreover, if it was not for the Demon King's help, they would not have been able to escape. Su Yangzi, Huang Linger, and the others also had no intention of going with Du Xiaofu. With the Demon King's strength and temperament, it might be safer to follow the Demon King, but they could forget about obtaining any opportunities. What is inside? Along the way, Ouyang Shuang curiously asked Du Xiaofu. The solar thunder root has been obtained. Du Xiaofu smiled and told the others. He naturally had nothing to hide from the people around him. What? The solar thunder root is that legendary treasure. However, Little Qing, Ouyang Shuang, and the others were shocked when they heard this. It was actually that legendary treasure. Du Xiaofu still did not dare to lower his guard along the way. He carefully continued to move forward. He also had some gains along the way. He even obtained 2 extraordinary ancient sacred artifacts. He also encountered some dangers, but with Du Xiaofu's strength and cultivation, it could be considered a daunting experience without any mishap. A few days later, Du Xiaofu and the others arrived at a vast sea. The sea water was suffused with a faint blood-red color, which was very strange. Beside the sea, there were some people sitting cross-legged on some mountain rocks. They were meditating and recovering. It seemed that they had fought a great battle not long ago. Many of them also had injuries that were not light. Seeing this scene, Du Xiaofu immediately did not dare to be careless. He landed on the sea and spread his consciousness. The sea water rippled with light, and its aura was very special. It gave people an uncomfortable feeling for no reason. It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The creatures in the surroundings saw Du Xiaofu and caused a small commotion. After all, the Demon King Du Xiaofu was too famous, whether it was in the 3 continents, Kyushu, or the other world. Friend, where is this place? Du Xiaofu heard the commotion and looked around. In the end, he found a middle-aged man and asked. The Rock Emperor. Seeing that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was actually asking him questions, the middle-aged man was clearly flattered. He quickly got up and respectfully told him everything he knew. It turned out that there were some strange beasts in the sea. They were very powerful, and ordinary cultivators could not deal with them. These powerful beasts in the sea had ancient talismans and mysterious runes on their bodies. They might be ancient beasts left behind from ancient times. If one could obtain their mysterious bones and comprehend them, it would definitely be very beneficial. I see. Du Xiaofu looked at the sea and was somewhat interested. He did not expect that there would be ancient beasts in the ancient desolate ominous grounds. Then, Du Xiaofu turned around. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He did not know when, but Du Xiaoqing's eyes were suffused with green and red flames, and her aura was blazing. I feel an aura connected to my bloodline. It's on the other side. Du Xiaoqing said with an excited expression. She could not be wrong about the aura connected to her bloodline. It was on the other side, but it was too much for her to feel. Let's go. Du Xiaofu said. It seemed that they had no choice but to cross this strange sea. Whoosh whoosh. After telling everyone to be careful, Du Xiaofu led everyone into the air and flew towards the strange sea. Chapter 2261. The sea was vast and the seawater was strangely red. A faint smell of blood floated above the sea, dyeing the fog above the sea into a strange light red color. Boom! The seawater surged and a huge wave rippled in all directions. The waves surged and light gushed out. A giant beast hundreds of feet long emerged from the water. This giant beast was covered in thick scales. Its eyes were scarlet and its aura was terrifying. It opened its ferocious mouth and rushed toward Du Xiaofu and the others, intending to swallow Du Xiaofu and the others in one gulp. Looking carefully, this was a giant fish. Its head was like that of a ferocious beast. There were fangs in its mouth that were like the fangs of a wolf, emitting a cold light. This fish was very powerful. Its aura was monstrous. It was probably not something that an ordinary domain realm cultivator could deal with. Bang! Du Xiaofu attacked. He punched out and directly shattered this giant fish. At the same time, Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand. As the golden light flashed, an arm-sized mystic bone appeared in his hand from the exploded blood mist. The mystic bone was sparkling and translucent, but it was suffused with a bloody color. The mysterious runes on it flickered, revealing a faint murderous aura. This kind of fish left behind from ancient times seems to have been affected. The mystic bone is an evil creature. Comprehending it is not beneficial to people. It will cause them to go crazy. Du Xiaofu said. The mystic bone in his hand was crushed in the air and turned into powder that fell into the sea. After a while, Du Xiaofu and the others were attacked again. A monster that looked like a dragon but was not a dragon. It was like a shark but not a shark. It carried a murderous aura and a powerful aura. It pounced forward, stirring up waves that were hundreds of feet high. It was extremely shocking. This monster in the water was powerful, but it was far from being a match for Du Xiaofu. It was easily dealt with by Du Xiaofu. The mystic bone also fell into Du Xiaofu's hands. However, this mystic bone was just like the giant fish. Du Xiaofu only took a glance at it and destroyed it. Immediately after, Du Xiaofu killed a few more powerful demonic beasts in the water. The secret bones were all exactly the same, they were all demonic creatures. The demonic beasts in this sea area seem to have been affected. Although they are a race left behind from ancient times, comprehending this secret bone will only bring more harm than good. Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, O Yangshuang and the others. Those secret bones were also destroyed. Not long after, Du Xiaofu also encountered a kind of strange water demon beast. It had actually mastered the profound meaning of water. It was very powerful and frightening. Its strength had also reached the level of half-step saint. In the end, Du Xiaofu had to expend a lot of effort to solve the problem and obtain the secret bones to study. This kind of demonic beast was born with the ability to control the water Upanishad. It would be a great opportunity if he could comprehend the mysterious characters of the talisman. Unfortunately, this mysterious bone was also an evil item. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Xiaofu could only endure the heartache and destroy the mysterious bone. What a pity. Du Xiaofu was heartbroken. He then continued on his way to cross the sea area. The sea area was densely covered with islands. However, not a single blade of grass grew. The rocks were dark red in color. This sea area was very vast and seemed to be boundless. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic beasts in the water they encountered were. There were many demonic beasts at the level of half-step saint. Along the way, some creatures were killed. This sea area was indeed not something that everyone could cross. It was impossible to cross without the cultivation of the saint realm. The endless demonic beasts in the water were difficult to deal with without the cultivation of the saint realm. Along the way, Du Xiaofu had not encountered any saint realm cultivators from the major forces. A huge island like a huge mountain was occupied by many giant crocodiles. They were covered with lightning and had a powerful aura. This was a group of terrifying giant crocodiles. They blocked the path of Du Xiaofu and the others. The leading crocodile's cultivation level was enough to set foot in the saint realm. Du Xiaofu took action to protect Ouyang Shuang and the others. He used the Thunder Martial Vein and the Supreme Beast ability of the Golden Winged Rock to kill the group of giant crocodiles at lightning speed. The remaining Saint Realm giant Thunder Crocodile also fought for a while before he killed it with the overbearing fist and obtained the mysterious bone. What a pity, what a pity. Du Xiaofu's heart ached. This lightning crocodile was a remnant species from before the dragon phoenix tribulation. It seemed to be born with the ability to cultivate the profound meaning of thunder and lightning. If this sage-level mystic bone had not been affected, it would have been of great value to him. Unfortunately, this mystic bone had also been affected. A day later, a huge dragon-like silhouette lay in front of them. "We are about to cross this strange sea area," Ouyang Shuang said as she looked at the huge dragon-like silhouette in front of them. They were finally going to cross this sea area. Something's wrong, Du Xiaofu probed with his mind and felt a terrifying aura. This aura was much stronger than the aura of the giant thunder crocodile in the early stage of the Saint Realm. Wu, almost at the same time, the water surface surged and stormy waves surged. A giant fish that was thousands of feet long leaped out of the water. The giant fish had wings on its back. It was unclear whether they were fins or wings. They were filled with a dark light, more like wings. This giant fish leaped out of the water like a giant rock soaring into the sky. Its aura was so terrifying that it caused the sea area within a radius of 10,000 miles to surge. Roar, almost at the same time, in the depths of the void ahead, a vast expanse of fog covered the void, as if it was going to cover the entire sea region. The surrounding light also abruptly fell into darkness. From the dim fog, a ferocious giant ape appeared. It was hundreds of feet tall, like a huge mountain. It was covered with thick grayish-white scales. Its red eyes were like two blood moons covered by the thick fog. Its aura was fierce and gloomy. Woo! In just a moment, the giant fish spread its wings. A dark light was emitted from its huge body and spread in the void. Its terrifying aura was like a flood, covering the sky and covering the earth. It caused the sea below to rumble and pour in all directions. Its momentum was astonishing. It rolled up a tsunami and flapped its wings toward Du Xiaofu. This wing was not the attack of the giant fish. It obviously saw Du Xiaofu and the others. However, it did not even look at Du Xiaofu and the others. Its fierce eyes emitted a dark red light. It had been staring at the grayish-white scaled giant ape. That was its target. It had unintentionally covered Du Xiaofu and the others when it flapped its wings, causing Du Xiaofu and the others to suffer an unexpected disaster. With Du Xiaofu's speed, it was not difficult for him to avoid it. However, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the little tiger could not do it. They could not withstand such a wing. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not have time to lead the others away. He could only attack directly. Above the void above him, the clouds suddenly surged. Above the sky, dark clouds pressed down, and an abyss-like crack appeared. The surging power of the sorcerer god came from ancient times. His body suddenly expanded. As it condensed into a huge body of the sorcerer god, a handprint slapped toward the giant fish. As the handprint appeared, the phantoms of gods and demons chanted in the sky. The wind and thunder did not stop. Clanging sounds were heard, and the space was distorted. Terrifying energy suddenly came from all directions with a huge pressure quietly spreading. It was as if the world in this space was shaking. It was shocking. Rumble, such a handprint brought about a strange phenomenon in the sky. It was as if it had brought about a spatial storm. There were the sun, the moon, the stars, and all living things in the world. All of them were annihilated. The sea below was like countless bombs exploding. The surging waves surged and spread in all directions. This was the power of Du Xiaofu's ancient sorcerer god. Under the handprint, the space collapsed inch by inch, and a pitch-black spatial vortex was torn apart. The two of them suddenly collided. When they collided, the surrounding space distorted and cracked into countless tiny cracks. They covered the surrounding space like a spiderweb, and dazzling shattered runes that covered the sky and covered the earth erupted. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power shrouded the world. The tides in the sea rose, and the sky changed color. Sizzle, the giant fish's huge body was pushed back in a straight line. Its black and red eyes were filled with shock. It stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. Du Xiaofu's ancient sorcerer god body also staggered back 2 steps before stabilizing his body. His eyes were also filled with shock. The peak of the initial stage of the sage realm. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. This giant fish's cultivation level should have reached the peak of the initial stage of the sage realm. It was perhaps only 1 step away from the intermediate stage of the sage realm. As an ancient demon beast of this fearsome land, it was exceptionally powerful. Woo woo. There were red and swollen marks on the giant fish's body. Those were the places where Du Xiaofu's handprint had landed. It seemed that it had suffered a great blow. After stabilizing its huge body, it flapped its wings again and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom, this time, the giant fish took the initiative to attack Du Xiaofu. It was like a rock flapping its wings. Wherever its huge body passed, the space would explode. It could make one's soul tremble. Large spatial cracks hung in the sky. The surface of the sea was broken, and the waves rolled back. The space was in chaos. Du Xiaofu's eyes were sharp. In this fearsome land, he always wanted to end the battle quickly. He would not show any mercy. Moreover, there was a terrifying giant ape with gray and white scales watching from the side. The giant ape's aura was not inferior to the giant fish's. He had to be careful. Boom! Du Xiaofu flew out. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His huge ancient sorcerer god body was much smaller than the giant fish. However, the aura that erupted from his body was unparalleled. The mysterious runes shone brightly, and the voices of gods and demons were incessant. Du Xiaofu clenched his 5 fingers. The power of the sorcerer god intertwined like lightning. He condensed it into a fist and pounced towards the giant fish. The speed was too fast. With a bang, the two collided again. In an instant, the pitch-black light and the aura of gods and demons burst out at the same time. The void and the depths of the sea were constantly rumbling. Chi La, the giant fish, was pushed back again. It was even more embarrassed than before. Its eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. There was also a hint of dread in its eyes. The eyes of the giant ape with gray and white scales on the side of the void also rippled. Its face was solemn as it stared at Du Xiaofu. It seemed to have some kind of vigilance as it asked, "You're a human. Who are you? So you're not together?" The giant fish steadied its body and looked at Du Xiaofu. It was a little surprised. It seemed that it had thought that this human and the giant ape were together. It turned out that the two of them did not know each other. Above the void, there was a fluctuation again. The entire void was affected and trembled slightly. A huge ferocious bird spread its wings and flew over from afar. Its aura was so strong that it made one's soul tremble even from afar. "Human, you're also here for this treasure. Then I'll let you have it." Looking at the huge ferocious bird that was flapping its wings, the giant fish opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a bright light, which swept towards Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 2262. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Du Xiaofu's heart suddenly trembled and the resplendent flowing light shot out. The rock blood boiled in his chest, as if a raging fire was burning within. Roar! At the same time, the originally shocked giant ape roared. Its gaze suddenly locked onto the resplendent flowing light spat out from the giant fish's mouth. Its ferocious eyes blazed, and it immediately pounced out. The giant ape's speed was too fast. Its giant hand moved, its blade-like fingertips tearing through the void like iron hooks, slightly curved. Gray-white light flickered as it grabbed at the object of the resplendent flowing light. "It's a treasure. Perhaps it has something to do with the golden-winged Great Rock clan." Du Xiaofu's gaze darkened. He had not wanted to interfere at first, but since that object could cause such a violent reaction from him, it seemed to have something to do with the half of the golden-winged great rock bone that he had originally merged with. No matter what, he could not let it go. "Get out of the way!" Du Xiaofu roared. His figure dashed out, his massive body of the sorcerer god also drifting like a god. With a wave of his right fist, the aura of the gods and demons surged, emitting a deep light, exploding directly towards the giant ape. Blocked by Du Xiaofu, the giant ape was enraged, but it did not dare to be careless. Fury burned in its eyes, a cold light gushing out. It also shook its arm, colliding with Du Xiaofu. Clang! A muffled clang rang out, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. It was as if metal and stone had collided, deafening. Humph! A muffled groan came from the giant ape's throat, and its massive body was directly knocked back. Du Xiaofu's figure swayed slightly, and he took the opportunity to collect the resplendent flowing light directly into his hand. Under the resplendent light, Du Xiaofu saw that it was actually a broken bone, with only half of it remaining. The broken bone was not large, only the size of a baby's arm and about the length of a palm. It emitted a resplendent light. As the object fell into his hand, Du Xiaofu's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. There was a mysterious power within the broken bone, as if it could connect with his body. There was an inexplicable connection between them. However, Du Xiaofu could clearly sense that this broken bone did not come from the golden-winged great rocks. The giant ape stopped its retreat. Its huge arms were spasming, and the scales on its fists were cracked. Blood flowed out continuously. Its ferocious eyes were filled with terror as it stared at Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the giant fish spread its wings and soared into the sky to escape. Demonic ape, what's going on? The ferocious bird spread its wings and flew over. Seeing the giant fish fleeing, it immediately shouted. That thing has already fallen into the hands of this human. Let's work together. The giant ape, who had been replaced by the demonic ape, stared at Du Xiaofu. Its aura was monstrous, and the mist behind it surged violently. In an instant, it pounced on Du Xiaofu. This time, it waved its arms and condensed two claws, twisting the void. The giant ape was huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. It was even faster than lightning. In a flash, it was in front of Du Xiaofu and grabbed at Du Xiaofu's heart. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. Without any hesitation, the huge body of the sorcerer god dissipated, turning into a human-shaped shadow that floated back like lightning. In an incomparably mysterious way, it seemed dangerous, but it completely avoided the sharp claws of the demonic ape. It's actually a puny human. You're courting death. At this moment, the ferocious bird made its move. It was ruthless and fierce. It spread its wings and broke through the sky. Its curved claws tore the space apart, like a falcon hunting its prey, and grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with dazzling golden light. Behind him, golden light shot out in all directions, and a terrifying aura swept out. The rock's golden wings spread out from Du Xiaofu's back. In the golden light, golden talisman patterns flickered. It was as if there was a shadow of a rock with golden wings spreading out. It soared into the sky, and its power was rolling. At the same time, the azure spirit armor covered Du Xiaofu's body layer by layer. It covered the surface of his body, and the cries of the rock pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones. An incomparably domineering aura swept through the void. In an instant, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Under the flapping of the rock's golden wings, a huge golden vortex was formed. The golden ancient talisman patterns were dazzling, and it was as if countless golden lightning bolts were flashing. It produced a buzzing sound of wind and thunder, and the void was distorted. It was as if there was a rock with golden wings screaming and roaring, and it directly collided with the ferocious bird. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body shape and the ferocious bird were no doubt the difference between an ant and an elephant. However, the domineering aura on his body was like a real rock that was born. It spread its wings and looked down on the world, suppressing the world. This was the supreme beast ability of the rock. It was as if it could cover the ancient times with a flap of its wings, strike down the stars, shake the world, and suppress the world. Rumble, the two collided directly, and it was as if the void was about to shatter. The golden talisman patterns flickered, and the golden light was dazzling. It was as if countless golden lightning bolts were flashing. In the end, they lined up on the strange boundless sea and surged for thousands of miles. Are you a human or a descendant of the rock? The ferocious bird was pushed back. Its sharp claws were bleeding, and one of its wings was broken. Its sharp eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. It was as if it didn't expect the human in front of it to be so strong. The terrifying aura was clearly that of a descendant of the supreme beast race, the rock. The pressure came from the depths of its bloodline and beast soul, and it was enough to make the bird tremble. Even if you are a descendant of the rock, you still have to hand over that thing. The dark ape arrived. Its huge body was like a mountain, and it appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Its aura was monstrous, and it seemed to have used up all of its strength. Its grayish-white scales opened, and it emitted a bright light. It clenched its fist and exploded with a dazzling divine light. Its fist also became crystal clear, and it blasted towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the fist passed, the space was distorted and cracked. Star-shattering fist. The rock flapped its golden wings and moved. Du Xiaofu also punched out, and there was nothing fancy about it. Borrowing the power of the rock's golden wings, and complementing the star-shattering fist, the space where the fist passed was compressed and directly exploded. In the end, it collided with the dark ape's huge fist that was like a meteor. At the moment of this collision, the space directly exploded, and the sharp sound of metal clashing could be heard. Rumble, terrifying energy runes rippled out, and the surrounding space exploded like fireworks, turning into a vacuum. Du Xiaofu's fist was numb, and it was a little painful. But at this moment, the dark ape's huge body was directly pushed back, and it let out a miserable cry. Its huge fist that was like a meteor was shattered, revealing the white bones and dripping with blood. The dark ape and the ferocious bird retreated together, and each of them looked at Du Xiaofu with a shocked expression. They didn't dare to casually attack again. Ouyang Shuang, Little Tiger, and the others saw the sudden outbreak of a great battle and had already retreated far away. They knew that they didn't have the strength to interfere and would only be a burden. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, shining with golden light and covered with the cyan spirit armor. He was majestic and domineering, looking disdainful and fierce. Looking at the dark ape and the ferocious bird, Du Xiaofu was also secretly surprised. The giant fish and the two monsters were definitely not experts from the Kyushu domain of the three continents. They seemed to be the surviving species of this fearsome land. Originally, Du Xiaofu had met the monsters along the way, and thought that the creatures in this fearsome land had been affected by something. They were powerful, but had not completely developed a complete spiritual intelligence, and were just monsters. At this moment, it seemed that this was not the case. There were probably many secrets in this fearsome land, and there were still creatures living here. Just like in the space of the divine domain and the heavenly devil battlefield, these creatures were especially powerful. Who are you? The ferocious bird stared at Du Xiaofu, and its eyes flashed with horror. Its voice was sharp and intimidating, and it shook the soul. Don't provoke me again, or I won't be polite anymore. Du Xiaofu replied like this, and he did not want to fight. Who knew what it would attract? Hand over that thing, and we'll leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. You're dead for sure. The dark ape stared at Du Xiaofu. They had to get that thing. After spending so much effort, how could they let a human who had suddenly appeared in front of them benefit? Don't threaten me, and don't provoke me again. Scram! Du Xiaofu berated. Although he did not want to be entangled, he was definitely not afraid. That thing was definitely not simple. It seemed to be related to the golden-winged great peng bird race. Du Xiaofu could not hand it over, and he was interested in studying it. He might be able to gain a lot from it. Brat, you're too savage. You don't even know where this place is. The ferocious bird shouted, and its sharp eyes shone with a cold light. Let's join forces. I don't believe this human brat is that strong. The dark ape roared. That brat was strange and powerful, but it did not believe that brat could really resist their joint forces. As its voice faded, the dark ape and the ferocious bird exchanged a look. Their eyes were scarlet red, and their grayish-white scales opened. They leaped into the air and directly pounced toward Du Xiaofu. They waved their claws, as if they wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. Do it! The ferocious bird shouted at the same time. Its entire body was emitting light, like raging flames, and its aura was sharp and merciless. It spread its wings and waved its claws, and its terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to become blurry. Tens of thousands of huge waves were set off in the sea. The scene was horrifying. Such a ferocious ape and a ferocious bird joining forces was really shocking. Both of them were at the peak of the early stage of the Saint Beast realm. They were demonic beast descendants from before the Dragon Phoenix Great Tribulation. Ordinary Saint Beasts in the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm in the outside world were probably at the same level. At this moment, they joined forces, causing Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the others in the distance to secretly worry for Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu was unmoved. The light in his eyes became cold and sharp. Ping descends to the 9 heavens, suppress. Suppress. Rock chaos shattering claw. Primordial Emperor's seal. Golden light shone brightly, and the sea surged. The domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan descended. G. Golden talisman runes covered the sky and the sun. Golden light erupted from the claw print. The dazzling talisman runes raged like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. My house. There were also waves of strange and violent energy fluctuations that seeped out from the empty space and transformed into handprints that were bright red like the sun in the sky. They were multicolored and faintly emitted the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. It caused the ancient sea region to shake endlessly. Its might was sufficient to suppress all living beings, move mountains, and overturn seas. It suppressed all living beings. Everything happened very quickly. The 3 figures collided. It was as if thunder was rumbling in midair, and a series of rune lights burst forth. Rumble, rune energy shot out like fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. Chapter 2263. At this moment, above Du Xiaofu's figure, there was a huge golden-winged rock shadow. Its domineering and terrifying aura overflowed, sweeping across the sky with its wings wide open, as if it was the supreme being, crushing everything in its path. Roar, the flying ape roared again and again, like thunder. Puff puff, the flying ape and flying ape's huge bodies were sent flying, large mouthfuls of blood spraying into the sea like rain. The flying ape's feathers were scattered, half of its wing bloody, bone visible. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and there were 5 deep gashes on its back, flowing with blood and difficult to heal. One of the flying ape's palms was shattered, blood dripping. Its face was as pale as ash, blood dripping from its hideous mouth. It was a tragic sight. Too strong, let's go. Kid, you can't escape, just wait. As the voices rang out, 2 huge figures flew away. The flying ape and flying ape already knew that the other party was too strong. Even if they worked together, they would not be a match. From the other party's aura, it was not difficult for them to feel that the other party was not a merciful person. Looking in the direction that the flying ape had fled, Du Xiaofu had no intention of chasing after them. His blue spirit armor and golden rock wings retracted, his eyes focused. Before he could react, he had suddenly encountered 3 terrifying monster experts. He had no idea what had happened at all. This made Du Xiaofu a little confused. Fortunately, with his current cultivation and strength, there was no need to be afraid. "Are you alright?" Ouyang Shuang and the others immediately went forward. "We can't stay here for long." Du Xiaofu looked at the vast outline ahead and said, "Let's go ashore first." Swoosh swoosh, several figures left, and Du Xiaofu and the others did not encounter any more obstacles on the remaining stretch of the road. It was probably the battle just now and the terrifying aura that made the monsters in the nearby sea area not dare to approach at all. The mountains rose and fell, overlapping one another. The murderous aura that filled the air had lessened considerably, and gradually, more vitality appeared. Occasionally, some greenery could be seen on the mountaintops. "I feel the aura, it's in the depths." Du Xiaoqing landed on the ground. Green and red flames flickered in her eyes. She sensed a familiar presence, but it disappeared soon after. Du Xiaofu found a karst cave in the valley and set up a seal. He wanted to study the mysterious half of the broken bone. Everything seemed to be related to that half of the broken bone. In the cave, Du Xiaofu took out half of the broken bone. It had already lost its light and was completely black. There were traces of talisman scripts on it, as if they were naturally engraved on it. It was simple and unadorned. However, holding this half of the broken bone in his hand still made Du Xiaofu feel some kind of invisible connection. The rock blood in his chest boiled and trembled. Where did this broken bone come from? Du Xiaofu looked at the broken bone in his hand. Perhaps this was the bone of a powerful demonic beast. He had a feeling that this broken bone was related to the golden-winged great rocks. Then Du Xiaofu wanted to comprehend the broken bone, but he suddenly frowned. Du Xiaofu injected qi and the power of his primordial spirit into it, but there was still no reaction from the broken bone. Why is there no reaction? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He tried several methods he could think of, but there was still no reaction from the broken bone. This also proved that this broken bone was indeed not an ordinary object. Even with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, he could not make it resplendent. It was impervious to water and fire and could not be broken. This object seems to be the bone of a demonic beast. "It seems very ancient," Ouyang Shuang said. "It should be, but I can't figure out its mystery." Du Xiaofu was quite disappointed. He thought he could gain something, but who knew that he could not comprehend it, and even offended a few mysterious demonic beast experts for no reason. What should we do now? Those 2 Saint Realm demonic beast experts seem to be creatures of this ominous land. They may not let this go, Ouyang Shuang said. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Let's talk about it when we meet them. Du Xiaofu said and put away the broken bone. He was not afraid of the dark ape and the ferocious bird, but he was worried that there were other Saint Realm experts here, or there was an even more terrifying existence behind the dark ape and the ferocious bird. It would be really troublesome at that time. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's leave first. Du Xiaofu said to everyone after pondering. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Du Xiaofu used the disguise divine technique and turned into a handsome and thin young man. He changed into a long robe and then left the canyon with Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaoqing. In the depths of the mountain range, the murderous aura was getting weaker and weaker, and the vitality was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, the sea of trees rose and fell. Everywhere was verdant and filled with an ancient aura. It was like a paradise. Du Xiaofu, Little Tiger, Ouyang Shuang and the others were secretly amazed. There's a spiritual herb. Du Xiaofu discovered that there was actually a spiritual herb in front of them. It was a spiritual herb that grew here. There was actually such vitality in this fierce land. An hour later, a stalk of precious medicine appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was suffused with light, and the multicolored light scattered. Its fragrance assailed their nostrils, causing them to drool. This place is not simple. Du Xiaofu frowned. Not only were there spiritual herbs and precious medicines growing here, there were also many low-level demon beasts nearby. Someone is coming. Be careful. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked ahead, and whispered to Ouyang Shuang and the others beside him. Whoosh whoosh, in just a few breaths of time, there was the sound of the air being torn apart. 3 figures streaked across the sky like lightning and landed not far in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. The 3 of them glanced at the precious medicine in Du Xiaofu's hand, but when their gazes landed on Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Du Xiaoqing, Qing Luan, and Little Qing, it was as if they had been electrocuted, and their eyes were dazed. Du Xiaofu looked at the 3 people who came. They were all around 30 years old and had extraordinary temperaments. The aura that spread out from their bodies was also very powerful, and they had all reached the domain realm. Judging from the vitality of the 3 people, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that the 3 of them were indeed young people. With their age and cultivation, their talent could be considered extraordinary. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Seeing the 3 of them staring at her, Du Xiaoqing's temper was not very good. Who are you? Sensing the aura on Du Xiaoqing's body, the 3 of them were afraid and retracted their gazes. However, they secretly left their gazes on Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. It's none of your business. Go away, otherwise, we won't be courteous to you. Du Xiaoqing waved her delicate hand, and she was very displeased with the gazes of the 3 of them. We're from the Goldbiter Rat clan. Our master is nearby. One of the 3 spoke to Du Xiaoqing while slightly raising his head. When he mentioned the Goldbiter Rat clan and his master, his eyes were filled with arrogance. Chapter 2264. Goldbiter Rats, these 3 are battle servants. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately moved. He wasn't unfamiliar with the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan. Back when he was studying legalism, he had once seen a member of the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan defeat Su Hengdao of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He had also once fought with a member of the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan, but he didn't expect these 3 to actually be battle servants of the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan. Du Xiaofu was also secretly puzzled. According to what he'd come into contact with, there didn't seem to be such talented battle servants in the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan. So it's the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan. Then tell your master to scram further away, or else I'll tear him apart. The little tiger had long since been unable to restrain his temper. His voice was like a tiger's roar, and a deep dark light appeared in his pitch-black eyes. It was just the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan, there was nothing to be afraid of. How arrogant! As the little tiger's voice fell, a sharp shout rang out, berating the little tiger. The voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating, causing one's eardrums to tremble. Following that, the figure of a young man walked out. His figure was small and thin, but tall and straight. His hair was golden, and his eyes were also dark golden, flickering with divine light. His aura was powerful. Ancient Goldbiter Rat. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, sensing the aura. That was the aura of the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan, but what made Du Xiaofu inwardly surprised was that the aura of this young man seemed to be much more powerful than the ancient Goldbiter Rats he'd seen before. This kind of strength wasn't due to cultivation, but the invisible might of a beast. Following the appearance of this small and thin young man were a dozen figures following behind him, all of them with extraordinary auras. The few in front seemed to be disciples of the ancient Goldbiter Rat clan, while the few behind clearly had the aura of a human, seeming to be battle servants. The small and thin young man's gaze was like a torch, sweeping past Du Xiaofu and the little tiger, but in the end, it landed on Du Shaoqing and the Qing Luan like a celestial being. I wonder which clan you two ladies are from. I don't want this precious medicine anymore. I'll give it to you two ladies. I wonder which clan you two are from. The skinny young man's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. He took a few steps forward, and his gaze kept sizing up Du Shaoqing, Qing Luan, and Shaoqing. That gaze could not help but make people feel displeased. Scram! The little tiger couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't deal with those Sage Realm cultivators, but he didn't care about the gold-biter rats in front of him. Boom! When the shout rang out, little tiger's figure shot out at the same time. He shook his arm, and his 5 fingers curled slightly. A claw mark tore through the void with a faint golden light. There was a hint of tyranny in its violence as it swung towards the skinny young man from the archaic gold-devouring rat clan. With the little tiger's current cultivation and strength, it didn't hold back in its attacks. Its claws rushed out, distorting the void. It was as if a huge tiger was about to pounce. Then, the tiger pounced on its prey, roaring through the forest and shaking the void. As if they hadn't expected the little tiger's strength to be so strong, the 3 young men who arrived first were shocked. On the other hand, the skinny young man from the ancient gold-devouring rat clan seemed much calmer, but he didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His figure was like lightning, unbelievably fast. With a wave of his hand, a claw pierced through space and collided directly. The 2 claws suddenly collided, tearing through space and emitting a shocking trembling sound. Energy surged, and the vibrating void rippled like huge waves. Thump thump. Thump. Under such a tyrannical collision, the skinny young man from the ancient gold-devouring rat clan was shaken back. Faint traces of blood appeared on his palm. Only now did the skinny young man's expression change. The opponent's body was actually so strong. The body of the gold-biter rat clan was indestructible. The little tiger was also shaken back a step. His situation was much better than the skinny young man from the ancient gold-devouring rat clan. However, there were faint traces of blood on his palm. Ha! Du Xiaofu was inwardly surprised. The skinny young man from the ancient gold-devouring rat clan was at the same cultivation level as the little tiger, but he was actually only slightly weaker than the little tiger. It was very strange. His aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary ancient gold-devouring rat clan member. Master! Seeing their master being shaken back, the 3 young men cried out. 3 sabers appeared in their hands. 3 terrifying auras soared into the sky. The 3 sabers slashed through space and attacked the little tiger. The 3 sabers were very extraordinary. They were at the half-step saint artifact level. Their secret runes were dazzling, and their auras were astonishing. Extraordinary weapons. 3 treasures that were almost at the saint artifact level had actually fallen into the hands of 3 battle servants. Du Xiaofu found it very strange. Back then, the half-step saint artifact heavenly dragon cover of the dragons could only be brought out by true dragon descendants when they went out. What's more, these were merely battle servants of the gold-biter rat clan. Could it be, the ancient gold-devouring rat clan didn't come from the beast region, but from this ominous land? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He had made a shocking discovery. The gold-biter rat clan was definitely not the ancient gold-devouring rat clan of the beast region. The ancient gold-devouring rat clan of the beast region didn't have such extravagance. No wonder he felt that the aura of the gold-biter rat clan was different. It was much stronger. Perhaps the gold-biter rats came from this ominous land. They were the true descendants of the ancient gold-devouring rat clan, and their bloodline was even purer. Bang bang bang. While Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, a series of muffled sounds rang out. Du Shaoqing gracefully stepped forward and instantly attacked. Incomparably hot azure red flames swept out. A terrifying pressure descended upon this area and directly sent the three battle servants flying dozens of meters. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and heavily smashed into the ground. You overestimate yourselves. Du Xiaoqing's ink-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, reaching all the way to her slender waist. She was enchanting and graceful, but at this moment, her devastatingly beautiful face was ice-cold. The azure-red flames in her eyes were dazzling, as if they could incinerate all things. Roar! The little tiger let out a deafening roar as it attacked again. This time, it transformed into its true form. Monstrous black runes soared into the sky, while golden runes curled around its tiger claws. It seemed like it could completely crush the mountains below. Roar! The skinny youth from the Goldbiter rat clan had no choice. He seemed to be stunned by the little tiger's terrifying aura. His face was filled with shock as he revealed his true form of a Goldbiter rat that was only dozens of meters long. Its runes were resplendent, and its aura was swift and fierce. The two instantly exchanged blows. The little tiger was no longer the same as before. Its body was originally powerful, and its body had been refined by divine thunder. Moreover, it had comprehended the supreme beast ability of the dark sky tiger and possessed the supreme beast aura of the golden-winged Peng clan. It had to be said that this Goldbiter rat was indeed powerful. Its physical body, in particular, lived up to its reputation. It was even tougher than Vajra, and it was actually able to clash with the little tiger. Metallic sounds continuously rang out as runes shattered and swept out in all directions. However, this kind of battle caused the faces of the dozen or so people at the side to reveal expressions of shock and seriousness. After a dozen or so moves, the youth from the Goldbiter rat clan was directly defeated. He was forcefully suppressed by the little tiger. His back was crushed, revealing white bones and dripping blood. He was suppressed under the little tiger's tiger claws. Roar! The tiger's roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was like a surging wave that shook heaven and earth. The little tiger's true form was suppressing the Goldbiter rat. Its ink-black runes soared into the sky as it flapped its wings. A terrifying wave of air swept out. One could clearly see a wave of faint golden ripples undulating like a vast tsunami. It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a raging wave crashing against the shore, causing the surrounding earth to collapse. The sea of trees collapsed, and giant rocks were torn apart and turned into fine powder. The scene was terrifying. This kind of terrifying aura caused the souls of the remaining dozen or so people to tremble. The giant tiger's aura was too powerful. It was like a supreme beast roaring. Its roar could move mountains and rivers and suppress tens of thousands of beasts. It's the dark sky tiger. It's from the dark sky tiger clan. A girl from the Goldbiter rat clan exclaimed. Her face was deathly pale and her eyes were filled with fear. For example, the Divine Bird clan. She's from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. A young man from the Goldbiter rat clan trembled. He looked at Du Xiaoqing with fear. He could feel the aura of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. At this moment, the Goldbiter rat suppressed by the little tiger had a complicated look in its eyes. The dark sky tiger and the Baifeng Divine Bird were definitely not something it had expected. Little tiger, spare its life first. Du Xiaofu said. Looking at the reactions of the Goldbiter rat clan members, he had too many doubts in his heart and wanted to ask for answers. I want to ask you something. If you want to live, you'd better answer me honestly. Du Xiaofu went to the little tiger's paw and looked up at the suppressed Goldbiter rat. He wanted to ask some questions. Looking down at Du Xiaofu, the Goldbiter rat was very surprised. This was clearly a human, but his status seemed to be higher than the dark sky tiger and the Baifeng Divine Bird. Was this human not a battle servant? What do you want to know? The Goldbiter rat asked. It had obviously compromised. It had absolute strength now and its life was under the little tiger's paw. It had no other choice. Then, Du Xiaofu learned many shocking things from the Goldbiter rat clan. As he expected, the Goldbiter rat clan came from this fearsome ground. They were archaic remains before the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. Not only did the Goldbiter rat clan live in this fearsome ground, but there were also many powerful beast clans. Among them were the Divine Bird clan, the Dark Sky Tiger clan, and other powerful clans that had long disappeared from Kyushu in the outside world. Many of the demon beasts here have been affected and haven't fully awakened their intelligence. What's going on? Du Xiaofu asked the Goldbiter rat, puzzled. Most of the places are forbidden and full of danger. Rumor has it that they were formed by the Great War of Extinction a long, long time ago. There are only a few places here that haven't been affected. It's because the experts of the various clans work together to block the corrosion of the killing aura. This wasn't a secret. The Goldbiter rat's body didn't hide anything. Suddenly, the Goldbiter rat seemed to have thought of something. It looked at Du Xiaofu and asked in shock, "Could it be that you're from the outside world? Just answer properly. It's not your turn to ask." The little tiger scolded unceremoniously. It exerted force with its paw, causing the Goldbiter rat to vomit blood again. It was very miserable. Chapter 2265. How many Saint Realm cultivators are there? How strong is the strongest expert? Du Xiaofu continued to ask. He wanted to know more. Almost all the clans have Saint Realm cultivators. In any case, there are many. I don't know the strongest expert, but it should be a divine ancestor from the Divine Bird clan. Although the Goldbiter rat was unwilling, it could only answer honestly at this moment. It knew very well that the other party could destroy its body and soul at any time. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. It looked like there were quite a few Saint Realm cultivators here. Du Xiaofu didn't ask this question in detail. With the Goldbiter rat's cultivation level, it probably wouldn't be able to come into contact with too many Saint Realm cultivators, so it wouldn't be able to ask much. However, Du Xiaofu was secretly surprised by the Divine Bird clan. It seemed that the Divine Bird clan had an extremely high status in this fearsome zone. There are many beast clans nearby. What are you doing here? Du Xiaofu asked. His sharp nascent spirit had already secretly scanned the surroundings. He discovered that there were many beast clans within a 1,000-mile radius, and they all seemed to be searching for something. The Goldbiter rat hesitated inwardly, then said, "We were originally going to participate in the Beast Alliance meeting, but we received news that the artifact soul of a primordial saint artifact had appeared nearby. A human paragon had also appeared. We're currently pursuing him. We want to subdue that human as a battle servant and obtain the artifact soul of the primordial saint artifact." A human paragon, a primordial saint artifact. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is that human paragon from the outside world or from here?" "That human came from here. It said that he's very young, but very talented," the Goldbiter rat replied, not daring to hide anything. "What's going on with the Beast Alliance meeting?" Du Xiaofu wanted to know more. He needed to know more about the situation. The Beast Alliance meeting has been around for a very long time. It's held once every 1,000 years and is one of the biggest events for the beast race. At that time, the young supreme prodigies of the beast race will compete for the title of the Beast Alliance commander. The Lord of all beasts, the supreme of the beast race, the ruler of all beasts. As the Goldbiter rat spoke, his eyes rippled with yearning. The Lord of all beasts, the sovereign of the beast race, the ruler of all beasts, how awe-inspiring was that? Unfortunately, it also knew that with its cultivation base and strength, there was no way it could compete with those supreme prodigies of the beast tribes. The waves in the Goldbiter rat's eyes calmed down a little as it looked at Du Xiaofu. It gritted its teeth and continued, "The Beast Alliance convention exists for the sake of the human race. The human race is much stronger than before and has already affected the beast race. The Beast Alliance Convention exists to suppress the human race. Phew, hearing the Goldbiter rat's words, Du Xiaofu let out a long breath. This was a fearsome land that existed before the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. It seemed like the legends were true. Before the Dragon Phoenix tribulation, the human race could only survive in the cracks between the various races. This ancient desolate fearsome land had always been sealed. There were still humans who had survived, but their situation didn't seem optimistic. However, they should be slowly rising. The Goldbiter rat looked at Du Xiaofu and felt that this human was the leader. He was even stronger than Dark Sky Tiger and Divine Bird Fawn. It said, "Human, I've already answered your question. You can let me go now. Otherwise, the experts of my Goldbiter rat race won't let you off. Don't threaten us. The Goldbiter rat race is nothing." The little tiger shouted. The Goldbiter rat was nothing. In the outside world, its third young master was the young master of the golden-winged Great Ping race. Even the Phoenix race had to avoid him. "Little tiger, let it go," Du Xiaofu said. There were too many experts here. It was much more complicated than he had imagined. He didn't want to provoke too many strong enemies unless it was necessary. "You're lucky. Go away. Don't run into me again. Otherwise, I'll kill you," Little Tiger shouted in a deep voice as he lifted his tiger claws. His enormous body instantly transformed into a black-robed young man. A domineering and fierce aura spread out from his pure pitch-black eyes. His awe-inspiring kingly aura caused the battle servants and gold-devouring rats in the distance to secretly tremble. The skinny young Goldbiter rat immediately stood up and turned into a human. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He didn't even dare to look back. He immediately left with his followers. Raising his eyes slightly, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and looked at the void. He seemed to be thinking about something. "I found it. My race is here." Du Xiaoqing was very excited. Her eyes were suffused with green and red flames. No wonder she felt a certain connection as soon as she entered the ancient desolate ominous grounds. Her race was here. Perhaps we can find out about your origins this time. Ouyang Shuang was also happy for Du Xiaoqing. Little Qing had always wanted to find out about her origins all these years. How could Du Xiaofu not know? He took a step forward and arrived beside her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Big brother will take you to the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. No matter what, we have to find out more about them first." "Okay." Du Xiaoqing nodded. The smile on her face was like a blooming epiphyllum. It was so beautiful that it could enter people's hearts. It was enchanting but holy. It was enough to make people remember her with a single glance. "Third young master, did we forget to ask that rat for the address of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan?" said the little tiger. "That's not important. The Beast Alliance Conference is a grand event for the beasts. Someone from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan should be participating. It should be easy to find out. Let's go there first and act according to the situation. We have to find out more about them first," said Du Xiaofu. "Big brother Xiaofu, where are we going now?" Dai Xingyu asked Du Xiaofu. "I wonder what level an immemorial Saint Tool's soul is at. I can take a look at it. It shouldn't take too much time." Du Xiaofu bent his index finger and rubbed his chin. Ordinary Saint Tool's soul was not very attractive to Du Xiaofu. But the immemorial Saint Tool's soul was very attractive to Du Xiaofu. He formed a hand seal and released his consciousness. He used the innate ability of the scarlet demonic monkey bloodline soul. In just a moment, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal and a smile appeared on his face. The verdant mountains overlapped each other like the undulating waves of the sea. The mountains surged and surged, majestic and magnificent. In the distance, it was hazy. The fog was like a thin veil that covered the mountains, making them look indistinct. The misty clouds were sometimes far and sometimes near, sometimes far and sometimes far. It was like a few strokes of ink on the blue horizon. It was like a fairyland, full of spiritual chi. Swoosh swoosh, several figures appeared in the void. Their auras were concealed. They were graceful and beautiful, each with their own merits. All of them were breathtaking. These figures were Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, Dai Xingyu, and a few others. It seems to be in there. Du Xiaofu's figure stopped as he stared into the depths of the mountain range. With the redbone horse monkey bloodline spirit's innate talent, the immemorial saint artifact's artifact soul he was looking for should be inside. Who is it? A sharp cry was heard as a human figure appeared in the air. It had 3 small horns on its forehead and monkey-like fur on its body. Its eyes were dazzling, but its aura was extremely powerful. It was likely that it was not much weaker than the skinny youth leading the gold-devouring rats not long ago. Beast race. I wonder what its true form is. Du Xiaofu sized up the humanoid figure that appeared. It had turned into a human form, but it was not completely human. It was not common, and it was hard to know what kind of beast race it was. There were many beast races in this fearsome ground. They were all archaic descendants. Some of their bloodlines were not pure, and some of them had long disappeared from the outside world. It was hard to recognize them. Is it a beast race? Give me a stock of precious medicine and I will go in. Sensing the aura of Du Xiaoqing in the little tiger, the humanoid beast race did not even look at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. He thought they were just Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger's battle servants. You're being robbed. Hearing the humanoid beast race's words, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and the little tiger were all secretly surprised. It had been a long time since they had been robbed. You have a few stalks of precious medicine on you. Hand them over and you can go. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He had spied that the humanoid beast race had a few stalks of precious medicine on him. He did not expect to be robbed. It had been a long time since he had encountered this kind of feeling. He actually missed it. Human, say that again. The humanoid beast race was also puzzled. He thought he had misheard. Did this battle servant want to rob him? Attack! Before the humanoid beast had even finished speaking, Du Xiaoqing had already made her move. Scorching green and red flames rose into the air. Roar! The little tiger's 5 fingers curled slightly. Claws swept out and tore through the void. Ink-black runes swept out. Bang, 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 all of a sudden, muffled sounds rang out in the void. Runes collided and spread out in all directions. The humanoid beast race did not even have time to react before he was beaten silly by Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger. Moo! The humanoid beast race transformed into a huge 3-horned bull that was several hundred feet tall. His entire body glowed, and his hair stood on end. However, he was still crushed by the little tiger and Du Xiaoqing. In less than 10 moves, he was drenched in blood. It was a tragic sight. He was completely suppressed. Let me go. I'm willing to hand over my precious medicine. The huge bull begged for mercy. Its eyes were filled with fear. It could feel the terrifying aura of a supreme beast race from Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger. They were existences that it did not dare to provoke. These 2 people had a great background. Then, all the external objects on the huge bull fell into Du Xiaoqing's hands. Next time you rob, you must be careful. Du Xiaoqing pouted. She was very satisfied with the harvest on the huge bull. She was in a good mood and let the huge bull go. Sigh, it's a pity that I don't have time to roast beef. Du Xiaofu only watched calmly from the beginning. When he saw the beast's true form, he felt a little regretful. He had not satisfied his appetite for good food for a long time. Other than dragon meat, beef had always been his favorite. Coo, coo, after hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Du Xiaoqing, the little tiger, Dai Xingyu, and the others could not help but swallow. Their gazes were fixed on the huge bull as if they were looking at prey. The huge bull had just escaped from the suppression. When it saw Du Shaoqing, the little tiger, and the other special gazes, it could not help but feel a chill down its spine. It immediately ran away. Chapter 2266. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Be careful up ahead. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu had no intention of chasing after the giant bull. He used his primordial spirit to probe and found many powerful monsters up ahead. He reminded Du Shaoqing, little tiger, and the others to be careful. The mountain peaks were resplendent, and the most eye-catching thing on the brown cliffs were the towering trees. The mountains overlapped and the cliffs were steep. The towering trees covered the sky and the sun, their leaves lush as if they were covered with clouds. Dozens of figures stood under the towering trees on the mountain peak. Their powerful auras spread out, distorting the space around them and making it oppressive. The person in front was a young man in his 30s. He had an extraordinary temperament and his battle robe made him look even more majestic. People could not help but take a second look at him. At this moment, the skinny young man from the Goldbiter rat clan, who had been trampled on by Little Tiger not long ago, stood beside the young man in the battle robe. Although he had tidied up his clothes, he could not hide his sorry state. He looked at the young man in the battle robe with respect. The Baifeng Divine Bird and the Dark Sky Tiger Clan. The young man in the battle robe looked at the sky, his eyes flashing. He asked the skinny young man from the Goldbiter Rat Clan softly, "Do you know who the Baifeng Divine Bird and the Dark Sky Tiger Clan are?" Lord Ming, the Baifeng Divine Bird and the Dark Sky Tiger Clan are unfamiliar, but one of the humans is very strange. The skinny young man from the Goldbiter Rat Clan hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the young man in the battle robe and said, "They have a human kid who is probably not a battle servant." However, the Baifeng Divine Bird and the Dark Sky Tiger Clan have to listen to orders. That human kid may be from the outside world. The outside world has indeed opened up again. Someone is coming in. Hearing this, the young man in the battle robe seemed to know something. He did not seem too surprised that someone from the outside world had come in. His face was calm and he seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, the young man in the battle robe said softly, "Looks like this is going to be interesting." Lord Ming, the Baifeng Divine Bird and the Dark Sky Tiger Clan are also here. The Goldbiter Rat Clan seemed to want to say something but stopped. Baifeng Divine Bird, Dark Sky Tiger. The young man in the battle robe lifted his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled into a confident and proud smile. He said slowly, "Don't worry. After this Beast Alliance meeting, the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan will no longer be the same as before. Someone will deal with the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan as well." "Yes, Your Excellency." The skinny young man from the Goldbiter Rat Clan smiled when he heard this. He said, "There are a few extraordinary human women amongst them. It's rare to see them. When the time comes, if you want it, I'll give it to you," the young man said, as if everything was only natural. Jie, the skinny young man smiled with a bit of wretchedness. He didn't dare to think too much about the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, but those few human women were also not bad. Which clan is she from? Have these battle servants search for that woman first. Let everyone know if there's any news. Du Xiaofu and the others had just arrived in the depths of the mountain range when a rough middle-aged man shouted at them. This rough middle-aged man was mainly targeting Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, and Qing Yuan. He wanted to order Du Xiaofu, O Yangshuang, and Dai Xingyu around. They subconsciously thought that he was a battle servant. The only humans who appeared in the vicinity were battle servants of the various clans. Beast Region Domain. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. This middle-aged man's cultivation was at the domain realm. He was very powerful just by standing there. He radiated light and had a ferocious aura that was enough to make those with insufficient cultivation tremble. No wonder he dared to shout at others so casually. Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Qing Luan, and Qing Luan couldn't tolerate such a shout. Anger surged in their eyes. Just as they were about to speak, Du Xiaofu stopped them. Du Xiaofu sized up the middle-aged beast man in front of him and asked, "Are there many people looking for that human sovereign? Is there any news about the artifact soul of the immemorial saint artifact?" Seeing that it was actually a human who asked the question, the middle-aged beast man was very strange. His face was very gloomy and his eyes were like torches. He shouted at Du Xiaofu in a low voice, "Go find that human girl. If you have any news, inform me immediately. The artifact soul of the immemorial saint artifact isn't something you can ask about. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your master. Evil creature, you've made me a little unhappy. Hand over the precious medicine and the saint artifact on you and I can pretend that nothing happened." Du Xiaofu sighed slightly and pointed at the middle-aged man with an unhappy expression. "What did you say? Say it again." The middle-aged man was angry and shouted. His voice shook the void and the mountains in all directions rose and fell like thunder. "Who dares to be impudent here? Are you courting death?" At the same time, another cold voice sounded. A wolf that was about 3 meters long appeared. Its body was covered in flames and its eyes were cold. Its aura was not inferior to the middle-aged man's. "Here comes another one, a crimson demon primal wolf." Du Xiaofu looked at the fiery wolf and was very surprised. It was a crimson demon primal wolf. Its bloodline was not simple and was not much weaker than a heavenly wolf. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the mountain range in front of them, an aura rushed into the sky and shook the void. A wave of vast and unparalleled energy swept out, accompanied by dazzling multicolored light that illuminated the sky. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A great treasure has been born. Du Xiaofu felt that a great treasure had suddenly appeared in the world. Such a huge and mighty movement was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Screech, at the same time, in the depths of the mountain range in front of them, there was a sound that pierced through clouds and cracked stones, resounding through the void. The sound made the crimson demon primal wolf and the middle-aged man raise their heads at the same time. Their eyes trembled and revealed a brilliant light, seeming to be very excited. "It won't be too late to leave after I finish off a puny human like you." The middle-aged man turned around and stared at Du Xiaofu with killing intent gushing out from his eyes. He raised his hand and slammed it towards Du Xiaofu. His bestial aura surged out, and mysterious runes shot up into the sky like waves. The palm print covered Du Xiaofu. The middle-aged man's killing intent was fierce, and he showed no mercy. "Evil beast, you're courting death." Du Xiaofu was bitterly cold. He originally wanted to spare the evil beast's life, but he did not expect that this evil beast would want to kill him. He shook his arm and directly punched out. Boom! A muffled sound shook the sky, and the void distorted, unable to withstand the impact of such a huge force and exploded. The result was already decided. The middle-aged demonic beast did not even have the chance to reveal its true body before it was directly turned into a bloody mist. Several Qianquan bags also fell into Du Xiaofu's hands. The crimson demon primal wolf was shocked. In an instant, the strength in its eyes was replaced by fear. Its body trembled, and its beast soul trembled. It wanted to escape, but found that its body was somewhat weak. "Do you know the whereabouts of the primordial Saint Tool's soul? Is that human sovereign inside?" Du Xiaofu looked at the crimson demon primal wolf and asked. His eyes were cold and unreasonably domineering. Looking at Du Xiaofu's eyes, the crimson demon primal wolf felt a chill in its heart and spread throughout its body. The young man in front of it clearly had the aura of a human, but it felt as if it could feel the aura of a sovereign beast. The depths of its bloodline and beast soul were suppressed. The archaic sacred artifact soul should be inside. That human supreme being also fled inside, but that woman is too powerful. We lost quite a few experts and battle servants. The scarlet demon ancient wolf replied. Its entire body was trembling. You shouldn't have provoked me. Du Xiaofu said. He attacked again and easily killed the crimson demon primal wolf. After killing the middle-aged sovereign beast, Du Xiaofu could only kill this crimson demon primal wolf to prevent the news from spreading and provoking the experts behind him. A great treasure has appeared, and the primordial Saint Tool's soul is inside. It's getting more and more complicated. Everyone, be careful. Du Xiaofu warned the people around him, then led them away. A great treasure had suddenly appeared in front of them. Du Xiaofu didn't want to miss it. In a huge valley, the area was vast and the rocks were steep. At this moment, this valley was filled with light that spread out in all directions, illuminating the void and emitting a powerful and dazzling aura. There were hundreds of figures gathered on the ground and in the sky. Some of the figures were wrapped in dazzling light, and there were powerful demonic beasts towering over the valley like mountains. There were also ferocious birds spreading their wings and covering the void. The light was connected, as if they were going to drown out the heaven and earth. In the middle of the valley, there was a woman wearing a light blue crepe dress. Her face was cold and enchanting, and the jade bells hanging from the corners of her dress were tinkling in the wind. A soft white silk was tied around her waist, outlining her perfect figure. She was curvaceous and had an alluring arc. There were a few corpses around the woman. A sparkling and translucent spirit vine climbed up the cliff in front of her. It had a total of 9 palm-sized leaves, and they emitted a radiance like starlight. The fragrance was rich, and the light was dazzling and blazing, dyeing half of the void with light. At this moment, the woman and the powerful demonic beasts were all secretly staring at the crystal-clear spirit vine. They were all secretly afraid, and fell into a temporary stalemate. Obviously, there were many demonic beasts, but none of them wanted to take advantage of others. No one wanted the spirit vine to fall into the hands of others. Swoosh swoosh, Du Xiaofu and the others arrived and landed beside the valley. When he looked forward, Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face that was disguised. Sacred medicine, this is a sacred medicine. How could Du Xiaofu not be happy? The scarlet demonic horse bloodline soul had already sensed that this was a sacred medicine. He had never eaten a sacred medicine before. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. This ominous ground was indeed filled with great danger and great opportunities. How could there be a sacred medicine in the outside world? Waving his hand to signal Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, and the others to stay away, Du Xiaofu's figure directly soared into the sky. A vigorous aura fluctuated from his body as he crossed the void and headed towards the sacred medicine. The surrounding ferocious birds and ferocious demonic beasts saw Du Xiaofu, but before they could react, Du Xiaofu's silhouette had already arrived in the middle of the valley. His movements were unpredictable, and he mysteriously appeared in front of the cliff crack. 9-leaf golden star vine, sacred medicine. When Du Xiaofu saw the spirit vine, the strange phenomenon he saw earlier should have been caused by the birth of the 9-leaf golden star vine. It had also attracted many powerhouses to this place. Chapter 2267. The demonic beast experts and the lady in light blue dress were originally in a temporary stalemate. Now that they saw someone approaching the 9-leaf gold star vine, a few powerful demonic beast experts at the front immediately stared at Du Xiaofu. Kid, do you want to die? A ferocious bird flapped its wings, its aura fierce and fierce. Its ferocious eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at Du Xiaofu. If it wasn't for the lady and the other similarly ferocious demonic beasts, it would have already taken down the 9-leaf gold star vine. Du Xiaofu completely ignored the bird. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air as he pounced towards the 9-leaf gold star vine. "Kid, die!" The ferocious bird shouted coldly as 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes. It flapped its wings and swooped down, its claws tearing through the air as it clawed at Du Xiaofu. Boom! Almost at the same time, the air trembled as a huge demonic beast leaped up and waved its claws at Du Xiaofu. Swish, the lady in light blue dress moved. Her beautiful figure was like lightning as she pounced towards the 9-leaf gold star vine. Don't even think about it. The roar was like thunder as several powerful demonic beasts erupted at the same time to block the lady. Whoa! In an instant, the stalemate was broken. The roar was like thunder as the entire valley trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook as rocks exploded. Bang bang! 2 deep, muffled booms rang out at the same time, followed by 2 miserable howls. For some unknown reason, the ferocious bird and the gigantic demon beast that were pouncing on Du Xiaofu were sent flying away at the same time. Blood spurted out from their mouths, and their bodies were drenched in blood. Du Xiaofu's figure was unstoppable as he appeared beside the 9-leaf gold star vine like a ghost. He formed a hand seal and a dazzling light flashed as he pulled at the 9-leaf gold star vine. The sacred medicine had its own spirit. The 9-leaf gold star vine erupted with multicolored light as golden light exploded from the 9 leaves. The talisman runes soared into the sky as if 9 small suns were rising. It erupted with a terrifying might as it tried to break free from Du Xiaofu's suppression. As a sacred medicine, it has its own destiny and destination. Collect! Du Xiaofu shouted and his aura erupted. The 9-leaf gold star vine had a spirit of its own. Ordinary cultivators would have a hard time capturing it. Unfortunately, Du Xiaofu was no ordinary cultivator. The 9-leaf gold star vine could not escape and was forcibly suppressed. Du Xiaofu directly pulled it out and held it in his hand. Bang, 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 the valley exploded, the ground cracked, and energy swept out. Many beast silhouettes were forced to retreat. That enchanting and ice-cold woman's beautiful figure was also blocked by several demonic beasts and was forced to retreat. Swish swish, however, after that, numerous gazes locked onto Du Xiaofu's body. They stared at the 9-leaf gold star vine in his hand, their gazes burning with desire. The cold and enchanting woman's gaze also landed on Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered with light, and she was a little surprised and puzzled. Hand over the sacred medicine. There was a thunderous shout. A giant bird stared at Du Xiaofu with incomparable passion. Stay away from me, or I'll eat you. Du Xiaofu was in a good mood after getting the sacred medicine. Under the gazes of the crowd and the burning gazes of the crowd, he sealed the sacred medicine and put it into his Qianquan bag. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the demonic beasts present could not help but be stunned. Was this kid a human or a demonic beast? He was actually so arrogant and wanted to eat that giant bird. You've angered me. No matter who you are, you're courting death. The giant bird was furious. How could it endure being looked down upon like this? It could not accept that the sacred medicine was snatched away right under its nose. It suddenly flapped its wings and pounced. This giant bird's cultivation was very strong. It was one of the strongest among everyone present. It wanted to establish its dominance and obtain the sacred medicine. However, this giant bird's luck was not too good. It met Du Xiaofu. These wings can be roasted and eaten. When these words fell, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the giant bird's back like a ghost. At this moment, the giant bird felt a chill in its heart for no reason. Its blade-like feathers stood up. It could not block or even resist. It used all of its strength, but it felt like a stone sinking into the sea. A chill suddenly crept up from the bottom of its heart, and its whole body shivered. Du Xiaofu attacked, and a claw fell on the giant bird's right wing. Caw caw, immediately after, under everyone's horrified gazes, the giant bird's right wing was torn apart. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and blood poured down like a rain of blood in the valley. The immense pain caused the giant bird to shriek in agony. Its wings were directly torn off, causing it to wail in agony. Its body immediately lost its balance and fell from midair. It crashed heavily into the valley, crushing jagged boulders and causing the ground to shake and shake. This giant bird was too miserable. Blood flowed like a stream, and it was too horrible to look at. The broken wing was covered with white bones, and its skin was torn open. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The giant bird was an expert of the older generation. It was very strong, and many people had to be respectful to it. But now, it had its wings pulled out by a human. This was too cruel. The enchanting and cold woman was also secretly shocked. Her eyes rippled. She could feel that the young man should be a human, but she had never seen such cruelty before. She could not see through his strength. Who else dares to come up? I'll stew you together. It should taste good. Du Xiaofu threw the giant wing on the ground and looked at the group of demonic beasts in front of him. He licked his lips, and it seemed that his saliva was about to flow out. This human really wants to eat us. The group of demonic beasts could not help but step back. They gasped, and their eyes were filled with fear. They could feel that the delicate and thin young man seemed to really want to eat them. He was definitely not joking. Who are you? The enchanting and cold woman asked Du Xiaofu. Although her temperament was cold, her voice was like the sound of nature. Her figure was graceful, and her light purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Although she felt that the other party might be young, his strength was definitely not that of a young man. She should know all the outstanding young people of the human clan, so she was very polite. In this place, the human clan was a family. The appearance of such a strong human at this moment was beneficial to her. I have a wife. Don't you dare have any ideas about me. Du Xiaofu looked at the cold and enchanting woman. He had already secretly sized her up. She was not old, about the same age as Ouyang Xuan. Her aura was very well hidden, but it could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying. She should have reached the indestructible realm. At this woman's age, she had such a cultivation. Du Xiaofu was very surprised. In the outside world, there were not many people with such talent. Du Xiaofu guessed that this woman should be the human clan supreme that these demonic beasts had been looking for. She had been hiding her cultivation all this time. He was afraid that she must be up to something. Otherwise, the group of demonic beasts and battle servants surrounding her would not have been able to trap her. She was indeed not simple. With a slight smile, Du Xiaofu did not leave any trace. He continued, it seems that many demonic beasts want to take you as a battle servant. You can't escape. How about this? With your talent, you are barely qualified to be my maid. I will protect you. How about it? Sir, don't go too far. The enchanting woman's expression immediately became somewhat cold. She had intended to greet him in a friendly manner, but she never thought that he would be so rude. He even wanted to take her as a maid. Ever since she was born, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. Little girl, you don't know what's good for you. You have some strength and talent, but now that you are in danger, your chances of escaping are not great. Becoming a battle servant of those demonic beasts is a small matter, but if you are taken as a wife by those demonic beasts, that would be a great loss. If I didn't already have a wife, I would be tempted by your appearance. Du Xiaofu sighed. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful and unruly smile. His sharp soul had already detected that many demonic beasts were still rushing over. There were absolute experts among them. He did not want to meddle in other people's business, but seeing that they were all humans, he originally intended to protect this woman. However, it seemed that this woman's temper was not too good. Brother Xiaofu is flirting with the girl. Outside the valley, Qinghuan Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows. Some people seem to be a little unruly. Ouyang Shuang's big and beautiful eyes stared ahead from afar. Her delicate hands had already clenched into fists. That guy was still so restless in front of her. She could not bear it. Humph, I'd like to see how much weight you have. In the valley, the enchanting woman was furious. When had she ever been teased like this? When her voice rang out, her seductive figure had already strangely appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Her slender white jade-like palm was suffused with light. It was pure white and dazzling. The surroundings were distorted. It was incomparably terrifying. She directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Bang! The palm print shattered the void. Du Xiaofu's figure was shattered. However, there was no blood. The woman's beautiful face turned pale. She realized that things were not good. You're not fast enough. Du Xiaofu's voice was transmitted to the woman's ears. At the same time, his palm passed through the black hair behind her head. A few strands of hair floated down. When the voice entered her ears, there was a trace of warmth. Her black hair fluttered. The woman's heartstrings trembled for no reason. It was a feeling she had never felt before. It was as if a small stone had been thrown into the calm water, causing ripples to appear. Shameless. However, in an instant, the woman was furious. Her hair fluttered. A layer of dazzling light covered the surface of her body. It was as if a divine halo had enveloped her entire body. It emitted a crystal-clear luster. Her big eyes were covered with resplendent light. A terrifying aura rose in a straight line. The woman activated her martial vein. It was very mystical and divine. However, her eyes were increasingly cold. She quickly turned around like a banished immortal. Her 5 fingers curled slightly. Light filled the sky as she punched towards Du Xiaofu. The martial vein is very strong. It's not an ordinary thing. Du Xiaofu was very surprised. This kind of martial vein was very powerful and rare. It was inexplicably vast, as if it could suppress all living things. However, at this moment, although the woman had activated her martial vein, for some unknown reason, she had not completely revealed her true cultivation. Everything happened very quickly. Du Xiaofu did not delay. He retreated slightly. A claw print distorted the void and directly clashed with the woman's delicate fist. Chapter 2268. Du Xiaofu's left hand distorted the void and tightly clasped the woman's delicate fist. Although he had concealed his cultivation level, his strength was neither too heavy nor too light. His attack was impeccable, making her unable to retract her fist. He smiled faintly like a lecher and said, "Your hand is really bright and fair." Shameless. The ice-cold woman berated angrily, but it made her look even more enchanting. She raised her left hand and slapped out fiercely. "Your temper is not small," Du Xiaofu said with a smile, and his palm collided directly with hers. Light burst forth. This was a collision with astonishing strength, accompanied by the sound of lightning and thunder. Thump, thump. The woman's beautiful figure staggered back, and her eyes fluctuated violently. Her opponent was unfathomable. Her strength was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent and undetectable. This was too strange. Du Xiaofu's silhouette swayed slightly. He was just testing the waters. This woman was truly astonishing. Every move she made was filled with an ancient aura. Her methods were also very mysterious. The woman had already been provoked. After her beautiful figure stopped, she was about to attack again. "You are not my opponent. Moreover, the person who is looking for you should be here. You should solve your own problems first." Du Xiaofu waved his hand at the ice-cold and enchanting woman, and directly stopped the battle. The enchanting woman stared at Du Xiaofu. Then, as if she had sensed something, she suddenly turned her head. Whoosh, whoosh, as the woman turned her head, the sound of wind breaking came from afar. A vast fluctuation swept over, and light ripples rushed out and spread all over the sky. This kind of movement also caused the expressions of all the battle servants and demonic beasts present to change. The enchanting woman looked in the direction of the huge movement, and a cold smile hung on her red lips. She was extremely calm. Roar, the beast's roar was like thunder, resounding through the valley and echoing endlessly, causing many creatures to turn pale and reveal fear in their eyes. Under everyone's changing gazes, dozens of figures swept over, and dazzling light spread out. Wave after wave of powerful aura fluctuations caused the space around the entire valley to be oppressed for no reason. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on the chests of every living being, causing them to have difficulty breathing and the profound energy within their bodies to be blocked. Among the dozens of powerful figures, there was a young man in a battle robe who stood tall and straight. His temperament was outstanding, and standing beside several other extraordinary figures, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He was outstanding. It's Lord Feng, he's here. It's Lord Ji. He's here. When the young man in the battle robe appeared, the demonic beasts around the valley began to whisper to each other. Their eyes were filled with awe, and they automatically backed up. Several human figures came to the side of the young man in battle robe. They were the battle servants dispatched by the young man in battle robe. They were whispering to the young man in battle robe what had just happened. Du Xiaofu glanced at the young man in battle robes. His aura was powerful and extraordinary. The gold-biter rats. However, Du Xiaofu raised his brows slightly when he saw the skinny young man from the gold-devouring rat clan by his side. Lord Ji, it's them. The young man from the gold-devouring rat clan noticed Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others in the distance. There was still some fear in his eyes, but with Lord Ji by his side, he became a lot bolder. He glanced at Du Xiaoqing and the others with a complicated gaze. The young man from the gold-devouring rat clan didn't see the familiar figure in the purple robe. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and puzzled. The young man in battle robe looked at the young man from the gold-devouring rat clan. He also looked at Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the others in the distance. His gaze was very gentle, and he had a faint smile on his face. He was calm and unfathomable. But then, the young man in battle robe withdrew his gaze and looked at Du Xiaofu, who had used a divine disguise technique. Finally, he said to the cold and enchanting woman, Lu Limo, I didn't expect you to come personally. This doesn't seem to be a wise choice. His voice was very gentle, and it was very comfortable to listen to. It made people want to listen to him for a while longer. Lu Limo remained calm as she looked at the young man in battle robe. She opened her mouth and said, Du, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. Is that so? Du smiled faintly at Lu Limo and said, if I subdue you and make you my battle servant, I'm afraid that the few of them won't be able to compete with me in this Beast Alliance meeting. His voice paused for a moment, but Du was still gentle. His handsome face was calm as he continued, but there's no rush now. We'll take action later. As his words fell, Du's gaze finally landed on Du Xiaofu. He said, Human, you don't seem to be a simple person. But I'm not interested in who you are. I'm still waiting to subdue Lu Limo. Please don't waste my time. I'll give you two choices. First, hand over the sacred herb and become my battle servant. Second, I'll kill you. Du's voice was very gentle and there was a smile on his face. However, when his words rang out, they landed clearly in the ears of every living being. It was as if no one could resist and it was how things should be. You're called Du, right? Tell me, should I stew you or roast you? However, this was Du Xiaofu's response as he calmly looked at Du. He's too arrogant. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, all the battle servants and demonic beasts were stunned. How arrogant was this? He actually dared to clamor that he wanted to eat Lord Du. That brat is dead meat. Then, everyone's eyes trembled as they revealed malicious smiles. This brat actually dared to disregard Lord Du. He was definitely courting death. He's dead meat. Lu Limo stood quietly in the void. Her skin was sparkling like jade and the divine splendor on her body fluctuated. Under the contrast, she looked even more otherworldly and had an otherworldly aura. She seemed to want to be a spectator so that she could know the true strength of that lecher Du. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, a ripple finally surfaced in Du Xiaofu's gentle eyes. His expression stiffened slightly as he raised his eyes slightly. For no reason at all, the aura from his body quietly gushed out, giving one a majestic and vigorous feeling that was valiant and intimidating. Brat, you've made me a little angry. Du's voice was no longer gentle. It carried a hint of coldness as it penetrated the void. Boom! When the last word fell, Du lifted his foot and took a step forward. The surrounding void suddenly trembled. Huge rocks in the valley below exploded and the cliff cracked. A terrifying aura whizzed out, forming a terrifying space that was extremely frightening. It enveloped Du Xiaofu. Some demonic beast experts were shocked. Lord Du was truly angry. Give it your all. Don't disappoint me. Du Xiaofu said. Du was indeed strong. However, with his current cultivation, he didn't take it to heart. He was just a little curious about Du. Arrogant human. You're overestimating yourself. You're seeking your own death. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, some demonic beast experts were disdainful and some demonic beast experts sneered at him. How could that brat be a match for Lord Du? Lord Du was one of the top 10 heavens chosen supreme of the younger generation in the Beast Alliance. God knows how many demonic beast experts he had defeated. Rumble, Du's face and eyes were already cold. He didn't want to waste any more time and words. His figure traversed the void. His body erupted with resplendent talisman runes. It was like a rising sun. An invisible aura suppressed the surrounding void. Boom! Du's speed was very fast. Du blasted out a punch. His fist was strangely covered with a layer of thick steel-like scales. It opened and closed like the edge of a blade. It was bright and dazzling. When this punch blasted out, the earth and void suddenly trembled. Tiny cracks spread out in the void. The ground of the valley cracked inch by inch and the huge rocks turned into dust. Du looked gentle, but this punch was simple and direct. It was valiant and swift without any fancy moves. The fist brought along a sky full of talisman runes as though it could destroy everything. There was a faint beast roar that shook the heavens and earth. It made the beast race experts' beast souls tremble. This kind of pressure came from the bloodline beast soul. It was hard to resist. Roar! This punch was like a monstrous beast that shook the heavens and earth. Du's eyes were cold. He directly executed his killer move. He wanted to kill that human in one move to establish his dominance. Lu Limo was his real target. Lu Limo's calm eyes quietly turned to Du Xiaofu. Facing such a punch, Du Xiaofu stood there without moving. Under the terrifying impact of the energy, his long robe strangely didn't even flutter in the slightest. In the next instant, he shook his arm, and as fast as lightning, the two fists collided directly. Rumble. The void rumbled. Du Xiaofu's fist and Du's ferocious fist collided. The muffled sound was like thunder as the surrounding void shattered inch by inch. Bang, 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 this collision was like two volcanoes colliding. The entire earth trembled violently and exploded. There was an explosion of astonishing radiance. Broken talisman runes swept in all directions. The earth shook, the sky trembled, and the talisman runes shattered. Chi La, fresh blood immediately splashed out. It was bright and resplendent, accompanied by an inextinguishable radiance. It was exceptionally brilliant. Is this a life and death move? Even if that kid doesn't die, he will be severely injured. A huge demonic beast said. It was very shocking. This was too shocking. Blood could be seen in one move. Immediately after, Du's body in the void retreated more than 10 steps. He only stabilized his body after a few hundred feet. Look, that kid is injured. There was a cry of surprise. Some creatures saw that Du Xiaofu's fist was covered in blood and was dripping. That's not bad. He can take a punch from Lord Du and not die. He's very strong. He can be considered a top existence in the human race. Many demonic beast experts and battle servants discussed and smiled. Everything was as they had expected. That human was no match for Du. Blood could be seen in one move, but it was not bad. On the other hand, although Du was forced back, he was still dazzling. He was in high spirits. His battle robe and hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a chilling radiance. He was a supreme genius. Lord Du is one of the top 10 existences in the younger generation of the Beast Alliance. Who in the human race can compete with him? Some demonic beasts cheered, especially those that were injured by Du Xiaofu at the beginning. They were pleasantly surprised. Lord Du had avenged them. Du is a strong competitor in this Beast Alliance meeting. A senior demonic beast expert said. His huge body stood in the valley, and his huge eyes were full of praise. Lu Limo looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange look in her eyes. Her ice-cold face was filled with shock. No, that's not that kid's blood. Lord Du is injured. Finally, someone discovered it and cried out in surprise. At that moment, Du's right fist, which he had just punched out, had broken scales that were as sharp as blades. Drops of blood were quietly flowing out. The blood was resplendent and emitted talisman runes. It was like a burning flame accompanied by energy fluctuations. It made living creatures shudder. Chapter 2269. This is the blood of a supreme being. Lord Lu Yu is injured. The group of demonic beast experts and battle servants, who had originally revealed disdainful smiles, immediately became solemn, and their expressions became solemn. The entire place was stunned. The demonic beast battle servants' expressions froze on their faces. They originally thought that the human was not a match for Lord Lu Yu and was injured in one move. Who would have thought that the one injured was Lord Lu Yu? All the surrounding creatures were in disbelief. This was too inconceivable. They looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. Was this real? This human injured Lord Lu Yu in one move. At this time, some demonic beasts began to suck in cold air, their hair standing on end. It turned out that the human was so strong to such a terrifying extent. No, this can't be real. Some of the young men and women with powerful auras who came with Lord Lu Yu turned pale. They shook their heads, unwilling to believe what they were seeing. Lord Lu Yu stood in the void, still exuding the aura of a supreme being among the demonic beasts. However, his gaze became deeper and his aura became more violent and cold. Boom! Suddenly, talisman markings swept out and shot into the sky. They were like clouds that hung down from the sky, covering the valley and drowning the heavens. Lord Lu Yu's body expanded and turned into a beast in an instant. It wasn't huge, but the beast's head was malevolent like a human's face. There were horns on its forehead, and its eyes were bright and spirited. Its nose was protruding, and its teeth were as sharp as saws. A pair of fleshy wings spread out, and its body was covered in dark red scales. It was the color of dried blood and emitted a resplendent light. The beast's body was like a mountain, and its blood aura was surging. It was thicker and more terrifying than the ghost chariot's nine-headed wind. Roar! Lord Lu Yu roared like heavenly thunder, shocking the soul. The blood aura runes on the surface of its body swept out in all directions like a tsunami. The valley shook, the space trembled, and the void rumbled. A large crack extended to the end of the line of sight. The walls of the valley cracked and collapsed, turning into fine powder. Lord Lu Yu's true body. This is Lord Lu Yu's true body. The demonic beast experts in all directions prostrated, their beast souls trembling in fear. That ferocious power was too terrifying, suppressing them. Ro Owl. Du Xiaofu's expression changed inwardly. He knew some of the origins of the Ro Owl. It had long since gone extinct in the Kyushu region of the three continents. It was rumored that it was a close relative of the supreme ferocious beast, the Tao Tai. Before the Dragon Phoenix tribulation, the Tao Tai was one of the top beast races. Compared to Du Xiaofu's real body, Du Xiaofu was more surprised at Du Xiaofu's unrestrained aura. At the undying and indestructible realm, his aura was surging and distorting the void. It was as though he could shatter the surrounding space at any moment. Rumble, the heavenly music didn't stop. There were 3 divine rings above Du's body. They were like the sun, emitting boundless and majestic pressure. Divine light glittered like a divine miracle. There was a supreme aura pervading the air. It was connected to his body, complementing each other and suppressing the heaven and earth. This is the power of a supreme being. Some of the demonic beasts cried out in alarm. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they prostrated themselves before him. That was the symbol of a supreme being. Lord Lu Yu was a supreme nirvana being, an existence that stood at the pinnacle. Lord Lu Yu is going all out. He wants to avenge his humiliation and kill that human. Supreme Ro Owl, that brat has angered Lord Lu Yu. He's dead for sure. Undying and indestructible cultivation, Supreme Ro Owl body, and Lord Lu Yu are going all out. I'm afraid no one below the sage realm can contend against him. That human is destined to die. The demonic beasts that had suffered a huge blow were stirred up once again. In their eyes, no matter how strong that human was, how could he be a match for Lord Lu Yu? Lord Lu Yu must have been careless previously, allowing that human to take advantage of him. At this moment, Lord Lu Yu was going all out. That human was dead for sure. Lu Limo's purple dress fluttered. She had a cold expression and an enchanting temperament. Her face was calm as she looked at the battlefield quietly. Du Xiaofu's real body stared at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, only he knew that he had miscalculated. That human was very strong and might not be weaker than Lu Limo. Only by going all out could they determine the outcome. Boom! Without the slightest pause, Du's figure dashed and leaped. The Supreme Being's strength followed, and the sound waves spread out like ripples, transforming into energy waves that shook the void. Everywhere it passed, the void and the earth exploded inch by inch, and the scene was extremely shocking. Devouring 8 desolation. Du Xiaofu roared. As the body of the Ro Owl rushed forward, a huge ferocious mouth that was thousands of feet long appeared above the head of the ferocious beast. It was like a black hole in the void, shining brightly. Waves of mysterious runes surged and spread out. A terrifying devouring power swept out from the hole in the void. Walala, in an instant, the valley and the void collapsed. Huge rocks and towering trees were uprooted from the ground and swallowed by the light hole. Even the space collapsed and was devoured. Oh my God! The living beings were shocked and their hair stood on end. This was the terrifying innate skill of the Ro Owl clan. It was rumored that when this skill reached its peak, it could devour everything and destroy everything. Moreover, Du Xiaofu was executing the devouring 8 desolation with the addition of sovereign strength. With the two complementing each other, how terrifying was such a power? Below the sage realm, who can contend against it? Some demonic beast experts cried out in alarm. This power was too terrifying. It wasn't targeted at them, but it made them unable to use their full strength. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the terrifying devouring power. With such a terrifying power, Lu Limo was no longer calm. On her ice-cold face, her eyes fluctuated and light surged out. Rumble, the sovereign strength followed, and 3 divine rings accompanied the huge ferocious mouth. The light was like lightning, submerging the vast valley. The energy rushed out in all directions. Everything was too terrifying. It was like a huge wave sweeping through the sky. Countless mountain rocks and towering trees were swallowed by the light whole. The sky trembled. This was destruction. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold and emotionless. His blood energy surged. This was his true strength, his trump card. Feeling the strength of his opponent, he didn't dare to be careless. He didn't underestimate his opponent. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. It caused the valley to boil, and the living beings in all directions trembled. They felt their hair stand on end. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. Under the terrifying devouring power, his small body was like a boulder. He didn't move at all. It's only 3 rings. Not enough. Following which, Du Xiaofu only said this sentence. When his last words fell, his body fluctuated with light. He waved his right hand and turned it into a sword light that swept out. This sword light was illusory, but it condensed into a tangible form. It was suffused with faint electric arcs as it directly slashed towards the all-devouring light hole. In an instant, the sword energy was like a rainbow. Runes interweaved, and the void was silently shattered. Qi La. Du Xiaofu's 3 divine rings filled with sovereign strength were shattered. The huge ferocious mouth was cut into pieces. Following which, there was a Qi La sound as the sword light cut through the air. It was like cutting through tofu, and the horn on Du Xiaofu's head was cut into pieces. Starting from Du Xiaofu's forehead, his head was split into 2. Qi La, fresh blood splattered high into the sky. Red and white matter splashed everywhere. The sovereign beast's blood congealed and didn't disperse. It released a resplendent light, and it was the most miserable scene. This scene seemed to have caused time and space to stop temporarily. It was fixed in the eyes of all living beings. All the living beings' pupils dilated as if they were going to jump out of their eye sockets. Looking at this scene, they couldn't believe it. All their heartbeats seemed to have stopped. The Nirvana Supreme Beast, Du Xiaofu, was the pride of the Du Xiaofu tribe. He was one of the top 10 experts of the younger generation of the Beast Alliance. When he went all out, he could erupt with endless power. It was difficult for anyone under the Sage Realm to contend against him. But now, under Du Xiaofu's strongest attack, he was directly killed at the crucial moment. It was like a galloping horse that was suddenly overturned and stopped abruptly. In the void of the valley, everything was calm. The terrifying momentum was instantly stopped, and only Du Xiaofu's body was falling. Dead silence. The surroundings were dead silent. It was just one move, and that human youth had actually killed Du Xiaofu. It was clean and neat. All the battle servants and demonic beasts had their mouths agape. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at Du Xiaofu from afar. A chill crept up their hearts. Originally, all the living beings thought that the human was dead for sure. Who would have thought that it would be such an unexpected result? The giant bird that had one of its wings broken by Du Xiaofu was trembling uncontrollably at this moment. At this moment, it finally understood that if it wasn't for the fact that the former didn't use his true strength at the beginning, even 100 of it wouldn't be enough to kill him. It was extremely fortunate that it was still alive. It was the accumulated merit of its ancestors. At this moment, Lu Limo's eyes were finally filled with turbulent waves. She stared at Du Xiaofu as if she couldn't regain her senses. Only Du Xiaoqing, little Tiger Du, and the rest who were far away weren't surprised. They weren't worried at all from the beginning to the end. This result had always been within their expectations. Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to killing the Du Xiaofu. The first move was just to test the waters. He wanted to understand the powerful demonic beast's descendants. Since the other party had killed him, there was no need to stay. Although Du Xiaofu didn't want to cause any more trouble, he didn't have to worry about it when there was too much trouble. Since you want to provoke me, you'll have to pay the price. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the group of people following Du Xiaofu, including the Goldbiter rat clan. He didn't want to cause any more trouble, but he really couldn't show mercy. Du Xiaofu was probably brought here by the Goldbiter rats. Immediately, Du Xiaofu made his move. While Du Xiaofu and the rest of Du Xiaofu's group were terrified, he started a massacre. Bang, 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 explosions rang out in the air. Du Xiaofu was merciless in his attacks. The power of his primordial spirit gushed out, and it didn't take him much effort. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts and battle servants were killed. This was a merciless slaughter. The head of the skinny young man from the Goldbiter rat clan was shattered under the despair and fear in his eyes. Not long ago, he had escaped with his life. But now, he was dead. He had brought about his own death. Run, quickly run. He's massacring our beast clan. Quickly run. Around the valley, the terrified demonic beasts regained their senses. While their bodies were still weak, they immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Du Xiaofu didn't chase after them. He only killed the group of demonic beasts and battle servants that came with Du Xiaofu and kept the resplendent mystic bones in his Qianquan bag. Chapter 2270. These were the bones of a group of Archean demonic beast descendants, and they were all demonic beasts with decent cultivation. Although Du Xiaofu himself might not be interested in these mysterious bones, they were valuable treasures to the disciples of the desolate country and the Du family. They were of great value. Lu Limo did not leave. She kept staring at Du Xiaofu in shock, as if trying to figure out something. Sigh, I didn't expect them to be so ugly. I can't even eat them if I stew them or roast them. Du Xiaofu walked over to the corpse of the roe owl that was the true form of the roe deer and dug out the secret bones with ease. Roe Yu's body was a great tonic, but it was too ugly. Du Xiaofu could not eat it, so he could only collect the sovereign blood in the body. That was definitely a valuable treasure. Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and Ouyang Shuang waited in the distance. They did not come closer, nor did they come to help. Du Xiaofu had already sent a message to Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, and the others, telling them to keep their distance and act as if they did not know them. After killing so many demonic beasts, especially after killing Diyu, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to be prepared. News of everything that happened here would definitely spread quickly. At that time, the experts of the Roe Owl clan, the Goldbiter rats, and the other clans would definitely make a move. Du Xiaofu was not afraid, but he had to think for Ouyang Shuang and the others. Eat this wing and roast it. This flood dragon is not bad either, we can stew it. After that, Du Xiaofu set up a stove and a large cauldron. He threw a piece of flood dragon meat with an extremely high bloodline into the cauldron and added a lot of spiritual herbs to stew it. Du Xiaofu roasted the bird's wing on the stove and sprinkled the spices he carried with him. Not long after, the fragrance of the meat filled the air. Du Xiaofu had not had a good meal for a long time. He could not help but drool when he smelled it. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, tore off the bird's wing, and drank the soup in big mouthfuls. Lu Limo had been watching from the side. Her cold expression couldn't help but change. This lecher was obviously an unfathomable expert, but at this moment, he was behaving like a hooligan. He was incomparably ferocious. What kind of person was he? Why hadn't she heard of him before? Cruel, too cruel. Cruel. That human really demonic beasts clan, it's terrifying. That human is even picky with his food and despises Lord Lu Yu for being ugly. What kind of person is he? Far away from the valley, the demonic beasts that were fleeing. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had no intention of chasing after them, they stopped and looked at him, of the beasts of demonic beasts. Seeing the scene in the valley, the Beto's out the beasts outs. That guy said, that guy was not to beasts of God beasts thinking out. This matter is not over yet. That human killed so many of our Beast Alliance's extraordinary juniors. The Beast Alliance will not let this matter rest. Especially the Roe-Deer clan. With a junior like Lord Roe-Deer Yu dying, the experts of the Roe-Deer clan will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm afraid that a Saint Beast Realm expert might come out. Some of the demonic beasts discussed softly. Although Roe-Owl clan was dead, this matter was far from over. In fact, it was just the beginning. After killing so many extraordinary juniors of the Beast Alliance, especially juniors like Roe-Owl clan's honorable martial artist, they would definitely be enraged and send out a sacred Beast Realm expert. The Beast Alliance would not let this matter rest either. They might even take action against the human race in advance. This would cause a storm. Goo goo, at this moment, the pitiful ones were Little Tiger, Little Green, and the rest. They could smell the fragrance of the meat, but they had to keep a distance and could not eat it. This was torture. They could not help but drool as they swallowed their saliva. Do you guys want to try some? Seeing Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger drooling, Du Xiaofu could not bear it and asked loudly. Yes. Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Qingwan, Little Green, Dai Xingyu, and the rest could not hold it in any longer. They immediately rushed over and ate heartily. Lu Limo's gaze was a little strange as she secretly sized up Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the rest. Especially when she saw those beautiful ladies eating like that lecher, Lu Limo could not help but frown. Little girl, do you want to try some? It tastes good. Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Limo, who was not far away, and asked with a faint smile. Lu Limo looked at Du Xiaofu and her gaze involuntarily swept across the pile of barbecued meat and soup. The fragrance of the meat made her swallow her saliva uncontrollably. However, she held it in and shook her head, replying, no need. Then forget it. Du Xiaofu did not insist. After all, it was not enough for Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger, who had huge appetites. Chewing on the barbecued wing, his gaze slightly moved as he said to Lu Limo, you're still not leaving. Are you waiting for the immemorial sacred weapons artifact soul? Hearing this, Lu Limo's expression immediately became alert. Her eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and said, you're also here for the immemorial sacred weapons artifact soul. Tell me about the immemorial sacred weapons artifact soul. I don't know much about it. Du Xiaofu said. Lu Limo looked at Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to tell him, but for some reason, she couldn't help but say, the artifact soul is a sword, but the body of the sword has been destroyed long ago. The artifact soul, however, survived and was born not long ago. What's the difference between an immemorial sacred weapon and an ordinary sacred weapon? Du Xiaofu asked. An immemorial sacred weapon is from before the Great Calamity. It was made by the immemorial experts and is made with Xiantian refining materials. At the same level, an immemorial sacred weapon is much stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. It's not something that an ordinary sacred weapon can compare to. Lu Limo said with a cold expression. I see. Du Xiaofu had some understanding now. The immemorial sacred weapons artifact soul is very strong, intelligent and cunning. I've chased it all the way here, but I've already lost its trace. It should have escaped far away. Lu Limo said to Du Xiaofu. He, you're not honest. You actually want to lie to me. Du Xiaofu laughed. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he patted his sleeves and looked at Lu Limo. What do you mean? Looking at Du Xiaofu, Lu Limo's eyes secretly flickered. That lecher's gaze seemed to be able to see through her, causing her to have a feeling that she did not dare to look straight at him. The immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul should be below. Otherwise, why would you stay here? You're trying to trick me. Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Limo with a faint smile. Possessing the scarlet demonic horse monkey meridian soul, he already knew that this valley not only contained the 9-leaf gold star vine sacred medicine, but also the vessel spirit of the immemorial sacred weapon. You want to snatch the artifact soul? There was no way to hide it anymore. Lu Limo looked straight at Du Xiaofu. She had been chasing after the immemorial sacred weapon soul. That was something she had to obtain. She never thought that this lecher would also be here for the immemorial sacred weapon's soul. The immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul was indeed hidden below the valley. Because of her pursuit, the immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul had hidden here. Unintentionally, the immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul had also attracted many demonic beast experts and this lecher. However, Lu Limo never expected that this lecher would know the whereabouts of the immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. How can it be considered snatching? When his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure had already disappeared. He flashed through a crack near the immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing and the others, asking them to wait at the agreed location. Looking at Du Xiaofu's figure disappearing, Lu Limo's expression changed. Her figure swept across the sky and followed closely behind. The crack was large enough for one person to pass through. It was getting wider and wider. The surrounding rock walls were greenish-brown and dark. There was no light at all. However, this did not affect Du Xiaofu at all. The immemorial sacred weapon's artifact soul seemed to have some sort of concealment ability that could prevent prying. However, Du Xiaofu already knew the whereabouts of the artifact soul with the scarlet demonic monkey's primordial spirit. After a while, he seemed to have gone deep into the ground. The area became wider and wider, like a huge karst cave. The surroundings started to emit a faint light. Buzz. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared here, the purple-gold heavenly tower in the heavenly tower suddenly buzzed and boiled. If it was not for Du Xiaofu's suppression, it would have already escaped from the heavenly tower. Boom! At the same time, the karst cave trembled. The ground shook and the mountains shook as if it was going to collapse at any time. Buzz! Suddenly, a resplendent light swept out from the rock wall like lightning. It seemed like it was going to break out of the door. Artifact soul. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. At the same time, a resplendent golden light swept out from his hand and enveloped it. Buzz! Wind and thunder roared as the resplendent light transformed into a seemingly solid sword. The talisman script emitted a dazzling light. The tip of the sword tore through the void and pierced through it. Where do you think you're going? This kind of change was beyond Du Xiaofu's expectations. He raised his palm and bent his 5 fingers, turning them into a claw and grabbing at the tip of the sword. Qi La, pain came from his palm. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. The tip of the sword seemed to be unstoppable. A feather-like armor immediately covered his palm and exploded with the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew as Du Xiaofu distorted the void and suppressed the tip of the sword. However, a strange scene appeared. The tip of the sword dissipated and turned into talisman script that disappeared without a trace. How strange, Du Xiaofu put away the feathery armor covering his palm. There was a small wound on his palm, and faint golden blood was seeping out. With his physical body, he was actually injured. This made Du Xiaofu feel strange. The artifact soul was very strange. Purple electric arcs fluctuated and the wound on his palm healed. Buzz! Du Xiaofu looked forward. The light in the karst cave shone brightly, and the materialized sword appeared again. The sound waves were sonorous, and a mighty pressure spread out. It was like the king of all weapons, causing the entire karst cave to tremble. Buzz buzz. Within Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower, the purple-gold heavenly watchtower was boiling and glowing, wanting to break out of his body. What a strong pressure. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. This must be the artifact soul of the immemorial saint artifact. It was merely an artifact soul, but its might was far greater than that of an ordinary saint artifact. Even if you can find the artifact soul, it will be difficult for you to take it for yourself. There is no way you can trap it. Chapter 2271. Lu Limo's voice could be heard. Her beautiful figure walked into the karst cave. She looked at the weapon's spirit, and there were ripples in her eyes. What do you mean? Du Xiaofu asked Lu Limo. This artifact soul was indeed strange. This artifact soul requires a special method to be able to suppress it. Lu Limo's eyes calmed down. This artifact soul wasn't something that could be suppressed by ordinary methods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chased them all the way here. After pausing for a moment, Lu Limo continued, I won't hide it from you. This weapon's soul came from before the Great Calamity. Its previous owner was an almighty who comprehended space and contained the profound of space. Although the sword's body has been destroyed long ago, the remnant of the weapon's soul has absorbed more and more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It also retained the mysterious space technique that its previous owner gave it. Ordinary methods can't deal with it. I see. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. It seemed that the soul of this ancient sacred item was not ordinary. His eyes lit up. I have a way to suppress this artifact soul. Let's work together. Otherwise, no one will be able to get it. If it escapes again, who knows when we'll be able to catch up. Lu Limo said to Du Xiaofu. Thank you for telling me this, but I won't believe you. Du Xiaofu replied. His gaze was fixed on the primordial artifact soul. Wu, the artifact soul glowed. Amidst the surge of mysterious runes, it turned into the shadow of a strange beast. It roared as if it wanted to distort the void. Its eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu and Lu Limo. What do you mean? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Lu Limo frowned and said, You can't suppress this artifact soul. We only have a chance if we work together. That's not necessarily true. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly and he smiled faintly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly formed a seal in his hand. Runes flew out from the seal and spread around the cave. Boom! The void froze for no reason. When Du Xiaofu's last hand seal formed, the entire cave trembled. In an instant it was completely distorted. Bright electric arcs fluctuated. Wu! At this moment, the eyes of the beast formed by the artifact soul fluctuated violently, as if it had sensed something. As it roared, monstrous energy erupted, and an extremely terrifying and sharp aura swept out in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The artifact spirit opened its mouth and spat out countless sword rays, which spread out like arcs of light. Countless sword phantoms shot out at the same time, causing the karst cave to tremble violently as they swept towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever these sword phantoms passed, mysterious and dazzling runes would appear. They were like thunderbolts, and space would collapse soundlessly. These sword rays were too frightening. They were merely the power of the artifact spirit, yet they seemed to be able to cause the earth to churn and move mountains and seas. The terrifying sword momentum instantly spread to the front of Du Xiaofu. Be careful. Lu Limo couldn't help but exclaim under such a terrifying aura. She was well aware of how terrifying this artifact soul was. If she didn't have something that could restrain it, she wouldn't have dared to chase after it. Rumble. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be careless. He had seen the extraordinariness of this strange artifact spirit. Lightning erupted from his body, and countless dazzling electric arcs surged out like spiritual snakes. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the void trembled as it blocked the countless sword rays. Chi-la-la, the vacuum in the karst cave sank, and a large area of vacuum was revealed. Pitch-black cracks spread out, and the electric arcs and sword rays shattered, causing energy to surge. If it wasn't for Du Xiaofu's restriction, the karst cave wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact and would have collapsed. Stomp, stomp, Du Xiaofu took 2 steps back. There were several cracks on his robe, and a few scars could be vaguely seen on the surface of his body. The scars were very shallow, and there were faint traces of blood, but no real blood flowed out. Strange, but very strong. Du Xiaofu was surprised, but his eyes shone even brighter. This artifact spirit was too strange. The sword rays seemed to have some kind of terrifying, mysterious power that could silently pierce through space. It was difficult to block. If Du Xiaofu's physical body was weaker, he would have been injured. You've reached the Sage Realm. You're a Sage Realm expert. Lu Limo was shocked. Her eyes stared at Du Xiaofu, and her cold face was completely shaken. She knew very well that an ordinary Sage Realm expert wouldn't be able to block the attack of an immemorial sacred artifact spirit. No wonder Du couldn't withstand a single blow. Lu Limo finally understood that this lecher had been hiding his cultivation all this time. He had definitely stepped into the Sage Realm, and he wasn't an ordinary Sage Realm expert. Artifact spirit, why don't we discuss this? You can come with me. One day, I will definitely gather the strongest refining materials in the world to refine your sword body and restore your former invincible might. What do you think? Du Xiaofu looked at the artifact spirit and said. The immemorial sacred artifact spirit had a spirit, and Du Xiaofu didn't want to destroy it. If the artifact spirit could follow him, it would be the best choice. In the future, he could gather the best refining materials and refine the sacred artifact. With such a artifact spirit, it could become a divine weapon again. You don't deserve me to follow you. The strange beast condensed by the artifact spirit stared at Du Xiaofu, and its voice was sharp. Whoosh! As soon as its voice fell, the strange beast's shadow suddenly changed, and it instantly turned into a sword that was originally materialized. It swept towards Du Xiaofu, and the sword shadow was hazy as if it was wrapped in divine light, containing endless changes. This sword was too strong, and a large number of spatial cracks collapsed one after another. The broken talisman shone brightly, and compared to the countless sword rays just now, it was undoubtedly more terrifying. If you want to fight, then I'll have to accompany you. At this moment, a purple gold light suddenly surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Awo! Awo! An incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out from the body of the divine disguise technique. It was like a peerless divine beast flapping its wings and sweeping across the sky. Accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles reverberated in the karst cave like muffled thunder. The purple gold heavenly tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands, and the purple gold light filled the sky. Holding the sword hilt tightly with both hands, he directly slashed out at the sword shadow in front of him with the strength to split a mountain. This sword was simple, domineering, and sharp, without any fancy moves. However, a powerful energy pressure spread out from this sword, causing the entire karst cave to shake violently. Accompanied by dazzling talisman scripts and electric arcs, the two sword rays instantly collided like thunder, and the sudden muffled sound was like thunder. The terrifying energy turned into ripples of talisman scripts, and suddenly swept out like a tsunami. The monstrous energy instantly exploded, and countless sword rays were shattered. Lu Limo, who was at the side, retreated rapidly, her eyes filled with horror. Du Xiaofu's figure did not move at all. With the purple gold heavenly tower in his hands, the aura of a peerless divine weapon was raging. It was like a tiger's bones and a dragon's bones, like a phoenix facing the sun, like a divine tortoise entrenched in the ground. Divine weapon, this is a divine weapon. Such a divine weapon shocked Lu Limo. It was not something an ordinary sacred weapon could compare to. Sword body, this is the sword body I want. The weapon soul stared at the purple gold heavenly tower, and let out a sound, trembling non-stop. This was the sword body it was looking for. As you wish. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and he smiled slightly, and the purple gold heavenly tower in his hands left his hands. Buzz. The purple gold heavenly tower could not hold back any longer, and suddenly, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Light filled the sky, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and it directly pounced on the weapon soul. Human, you're overestimating yourself. Do you think it can swallow me? This sword body is mine. The weapon soul opened its mouth, and its voice was sharp. The sword shadow turned into a sword light, and it was like lightning. It seemed to have self-control, and it actually plunged into the purple gold heavenly tower. Du Xiaofu did not stop it, and it saved him some trouble. Swish, when the weapon's soul entered the purple gold heavenly tower, Du Xiaofu directly sat cross-legged on the ground. He formed a seal, and the purple gold heavenly tower was immediately sucked into the heavenly tower. Lu Limo's expression changed greatly, and her charming face turned pale. It was not because Du Xiaofu had sucked in the weapon soul, but as if she was worried for Du Xiaofu instead. Boom! In the space within the purple gold heavenly tower, the weapon soul of the immemorial sacred weapon plunged into it, and it turned into a dazzling shadow of a strange beast. It distorted the void, and its aura was incomparably sharp, and extremely vast. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, shocking and dazzling talisman markings shot into the sky, and a fiendish aura erupted out like a volcano. Buzz! Buzz! In this space, there were suddenly gusts of wind and thunder, and the cries of ghosts and gods were like the roars of gods and demons. A terrifying and fierce aura swept out, causing one's soul to tremble. Such a change caused the weapon soul's strange beast shadow to change its expression, and it revealed a shocked expression. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless sword radiances expanded around the strange beast shadow, and the sword chi was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through the void. Buzz! Buzz! Wind and thunder resounded, and a purple gold heavenly tower shadow appeared amidst the surging evil aura. This was the weapon soul of the purple gold heavenly tower. Vast and mighty pressure spread out, and an ancient aura swept out and filled the air. I want this sword body. The strange beast opened its mouth, and the sword radiance filled the sky. It immediately pounced on the weapon soul of the purple gold heavenly tower. Awoo! The weapon soul of the purple gold heavenly tower let out the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles. Wind and thunder rumbled, and runes spread out in the sky like fireworks. An extremely fierce and terrifying aura, as if it came from the nine hells, and from the demonic realm, could impact the heavens and earth, shattering the sky, and directly destroying the strange beast's sword radiance. Chapter 2272. The strange beast phantom formed by the artifact spirit was surprised. Its gaze was like a sword as strange runes spread out. Suddenly, the space in this area trembled strangely. There was a mysterious power that completely distorted the space around them. This energy was too terrifying. The strange beast phantom appeared in front of the artifact spirit at the same time. It opened its ferocious mouth and sword light spewed out. The space distorted as if it wanted to destroy everything. The artifact spirit was imprisoned for no reason. The space was sealed and bound by a mysterious force. Roar! Roar! At the same time, a dazzling gold light appeared. The strange energy of this confined space couldn't stop it. The dazzling gold light turned into a massive golden ape. Mysterious golden talismans covered its body. It was full of vitality, giving people a feeling of the beginning of the world and the beginning of all things. It seemed to be able to pierce through all kinds of power Upanishads. Suppress. Roar. The golden ape roared. Its eyes were lively as if it was born with spiritual eyes looking down on everything. A terrifying aura erupted. It raised its arm and punched. It seemed to push in all directions and suppress everything as it blasted towards the strange sword-like beast. This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. The scarlet horse monkey's body had entered the space inside the purple gold heavenly palace. Rumble. Roar. The punch of the scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit also contained a strange power. It could ignore the strange power of the former that affected space and directly push the strange sword-like beast back. The artifact spirit was powerful. Its power was comparable to that of an early-stage saint. Coupled with that strange power, it was difficult to deal with. However, Du Xiaofu's scarlet pheasant monkey's body was definitely not inferior to his physical body. The artifact soul of the primordial saint artifact could not resist it. Roar, as the strange sword-like beast was pushed back, the purple runes on the purple gold heavenly palace exploded with dazzling light. A purple gold spatial vortex appeared. The fiendish aura swept out like a hurricane. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The light was dazzling. It contained the might of dragon and tiger and the chi of phoenix martial arts. It was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. The terrifying fiendish chi was enough to shatter all souls. The purple gold heavenly tower erupted with the might of a peerless weapon. Terrifying fiendish chi rippled wildly, devouring the surrounding energy of the world. It also devoured the sword-like beast, frantically absorbing the energy of the sword-like beast. Roar. The strange sword-like beast roared, turning pale with fright. Sword light overflowed into the heavens, distorting the void. It was actually about to struggle free from the eruption of the violet gold heavenly tower. Ow! The redbone horsemonkey's Yuan Shen body leaped into the air and instantly transformed into a golden five-fingered mountain peak. Golden runes and mystical runes were born and evolved, and dense spiritual chi spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. The five-finger mountain directly pressed down, and the pressure rolled like a long rainbow. It was like a supreme being, as if it could crush and suppress all things in the world. Suppress. The five-fingered golden mountain pressed down on the sword-like beast. Golden runes spread out in the sky, constantly evolving, like a surging sea of golden light. Roar, the strange sword-like beast roared, trying to break free. The surrounding space was distorted, but it was unable to affect the five-finger mountain. It was firmly suppressed, and the sword-like beast's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. Walala, the weapon spirit of the violet gold heavenly tower roared, and a crazy devouring power gushed out. Accompanied by the cries of ghosts and gods, and the roars of dragons and tigers, it devoured and refined the energy of the strange sword-like beast, taking it for its own. In the karst cave, Lu Limo had been paying close attention to Du Xiaofu. She was the clearest about the strength of the weapon spirit. An ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to suppress it. The weapon spirit of the immemorial sacred weapon was not an ordinary weapon spirit. It had a great origin. If one tried to suppress it by force, the one who would be unlucky in the end would be himself. Under Lu Limo's nervous gaze, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes a few hours later. Lu Limo's beautiful eyes rippled. To her astonishment, Du Xiaofu glanced at her with a spurious smile before taking out the 9-leaf golden star vine and stuffing it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. Lu Limo was dumbfounded. This was a sacred medicine. The 9-leaf golden star vine should not be eaten like this. That lecher's demonic beast was so ferocious even after eating a sacred medicine. Moreover, eating the 9-leaf golden star vine like this was a complete waste. How could Lu Limo know that Du Xiaofu cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great Ping bird clan? It was not much different from a real golden-winged great ping bird's body. It would not waste much of the nine-leaf golden star vine's energy. The red-bone horsemonkey's body was suppressing the weapon spirit of the immemorial sacred weapon, and the violet gold heavenly tower was devouring the weapon spirit. It would take some time, and Du Xiaofu wanted to refine the nine-leaf golden star vine directly. The great calamity was coming, and he urgently needed to increase his strength. Moreover, Du Xiaofu's purpose in entering the ominous grounds this time was to find opportunities and increase his strength directly. The nine-leaf golden star vine turned into surging energy in Du Xiaofu's body. This surging energy was not something an ordinary person could withstand. However, it was not a problem for Du Xiaofu. He was familiar with it. He circulated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great ping bird clan and refined it, turning it into pure Xian Qi that surged into the heavenly tower. A nine-leaf golden star vine of this level was a sacred medicine. It was not as simple as being able to transform into surging energy. If that was the case, it would not be worthy of being called a sacred medicine. There was a mysterious energy contained within that nourished the body, cleansed the primordial spirit, and aided in comprehension. This was the true value of the nine-leaf golden star vine. After a while, Du Xiaofu was immersed in it. As he refined the nine-leaf golden star vine in his body, the primordial sacred artifact's artifact soul was constantly being refined in the purple gold heavenly tower's space. The scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit transformed into a five-fingered mountain to suppress it. As the purple gold heavenly tower's artifact spirit devoured and refined the primordial sacred artifact soul, the purple gold heavenly tower's artifact spirit became stronger and stronger. Its surging aura rose in a straight line. Once it was completely refined, the purple gold heavenly tower's artifact spirit would be able to reach a higher level. Time passed slowly. In the outside world, many places were in an uproar, causing a storm. One of the top 10 experts among the younger generation of the Beast Alliance, Luo Yu, a supreme junior of the Luo Owl clan, had been killed by a human in 2 moves. Many outstanding juniors of the major clans had also been killed. This had caused a huge commotion in the Beast Alliance. I didn't expect Lu Yu to be killed. In the Beast Alliance, many beasts were flabbergasted when they heard the news. Such an extraordinary junior of the Supreme Being level had actually died. Furthermore, he had died in the hands of a human youth. This was unacceptable. Was it a human youth who did it? That's impossible. It must be one of those old fellows of the human race who secretly did it. Who in the human race's younger generation could kill Lu Yu? There are more consecutive shots around 12. I'll continue writing first. Chapter 2273. The vast space was filled with clouds and mist, but it was filled with the aura of blood. This was the place where the Ro Owl clan resided. Many of the elders of the Ro Owl clan widened their eyes in anger. They firmly believed that among their peers in the human race, there was absolutely no one who had the strength to kill Du. Investigate. Investigate. Find that person. Don't let him go. Someone from the Ro Owl race roared loudly, shaking the void as blood energy rushed into the heavens. Daring to touch my heavenly fire flame scale Jiao's disciple, the human clan sure has guts. Investigate for me and find his whereabouts. The disciples of the Goldbiter rats aren't people the human race can touch. Find that kid and don't let him go. For a time, a great commotion had already arisen, and an unprecedented storm was brewing. A human youngster, huh? To be able to kill Du, that's interesting. On a tall mountain, under a towering tree, a boorish young man with the temperament of a lion was staring at the sky. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with cold battle intent. Looks like Lu Limo isn't the only one in the human race. Inside the ancient stone pavilion, a handsome young man with a slender figure spoke. His dark brown eyes emitted a mesmerizing glow. I want that battle servant. Amidst the mountains, a beautiful figure stood there. Her figure was graceful, and her head of fiery red hair slanted down to her slender waist, which formed an incomparably hot arc with her perky breasts. Many places were in an uproar as all kinds of news spread. I heard that quite a few of the top 10 young masters have already left the mountains. They want to find that human youth and subdue him as a battle servant. The top 10 experts of the younger generation, each stronger than the last. Du Yu is only ranked 10th. This time, that human youth is in for it. He won't be able to escape. That's not all. I've heard that many big clans have dispatched experts to kill that human youth. It's very likely that there are already Saint Beast experts who have stepped out. Xiao Gu of the Heaven-Howling Demonic Lion clan had already spoken. He wanted to find that human before the experts of the Gold-Devouring Rats, Roe Owls, and other clans. The 8 Desolation Demonic Dragon clan's Qing Long has also spoken. As long as you provide information about that young human, you will be heavily rewarded. Xiao Yao of the Overlord Python clan has already appeared, and has already declared that he wants to subdue that human youth as his battle servant. Heavens, Xiao Gu, Qing Long, Xiao Yao, these are all supremes, they actually all appeared. The entire place was in an uproar. Wherever there were demonic beasts, there was a lot of discussion. All the beasts could sense that a storm was about to descend upon this land. Mountains rose and fell, stretching as far as the eye could see, covering countless ancient buildings. Auspicious beasts gathered in groups, and spiritual birds flapped their wings. It was a scene of peace and tranquility. Someone killed Du Yu. Which family's disciple is it? Within the main hall, there was a majestic middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. His eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Could it be an ancestor? With Lu Yu's strength, he was killed in 2 moves. I'm afraid that even if Li Mo went all out, it wouldn't be possible. An old man wondered. There hasn't been any news of the patriarch going out recently, so it must be that young man from the rumors who did it. This time, he's going to wipe out a lot of the prestige of those demonic beasts. An old woman spoke, her face filled with joy. Li Mo is still in the territory of those demonic beasts. Now that Du Yu has been killed, those people from the Beast Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest. This is going to be troublesome. If that young man is really a disciple of our human race, nothing can happen to him. No matter if it's Li Mo or that young man, neither of them can fall into the hands of the Beast Alliance. An old man's eyes narrowed. That was the future of the human race, and nothing can happen to it. It's a pity that we can't casually enter the Beast Alliance's territory. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Beast Alliance will have an excuse to invade us. We're not ready yet. Sigh. An old man sighed. He seemed to be staggering, but there was a strong aura in his appearance. I hope that young man and Li Mo can return safely. Sigh. The majestic middle-aged man who spoke first released a divine light in his eyes, and said, "Investigate that young man's identity with all your might. I want to know which family's disciple has such talent to strengthen the prestige of our human race." Sigh. In just 2 days, the outside world was in an uproar. At this moment, in the underground crevice, Lu Limo was sitting cross-legged. On her cold and enchanting face, her eyes fell on Du Xiaofu from time to time, and her expression changed. Lu Limo was surprised to find that the aura of that ferocious guy gave her a feeling that it was rising in a straight line. Without a doubt, it was the aura of the Saint Realm. It was incomparably domineering, like a supreme being demonic beast. Behind Du Xiaofu, golden light shone brightly, filling the entire cave. The golden talisman scriptures changed, forming the shadow of a golden-winged rock. It flapped its wings as if it wanted to shake the 9 heavens. Golden-winged rock. Humph. Lu Limo secretly gasped, and her soft tongue licked her red lips. That's a golden-winged rock. Is this ferocious guy a human or a golden-winged rock? This is too strange. Walala, within Du Xiaofu's heavenly palace, within the purple-gold heavenly palace, the golden five-fingered mountain was suppressing the immemorial sacred weapon's spirit. Under the devouring of the purple-gold heavenly palace's spirit, the sword-light beast had already turned into a dazzling ball of light, and was gradually devoured by the purple-gold heavenly palace's spirit. Whine! Whine! This continued for a period of time. When the last ray of light formed by the immemorial sacred weapon's spirit was devoured by the purple-gold heavenly palace's spirit like a sword light, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the purple-gold heavenly palace, and a mysterious energy swept out. When this mysterious energy swept out, the space around the purple-gold heavenly palace's spirit distorted, and a vast amount of information was revealed from the purple-gold heavenly palace. It connected with Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, and surged into the five-fingered mountain formed by Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. In an instant, Du Xiaofu seemed to have entered a space of nothingness. Obtaining my sky-severing is fate. If you can comprehend my sky-severing three swords, you will be able to move unhindered in all directions. Whine! Such a voice resounded in this space. The voice was calm, but it was unreasonably domineering, and it caused Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit to tremble. Swish, swish, when the voice fell, the void changed, and the talisman runes fluctuated. A sword light swept out and streaked across the void, followed by streaks of sword shadows. The sword light was like lightning, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but in an instant, it was as fast as lightning, causing strange ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Du Xiaofu's mind focused, and the sword light seemed to be vivid in his mind. It was clearly just a few simple sword moves, but upon closer inspection, it was incomparably vast and contained boundless mysteries. Gradually, Du Xiaofu became immersed in it, carefully comprehending it. If he wanted to comprehend it, it was definitely not a simple sword move. Chapter 2274. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. On a barren land, dark red clouds hovered in the sky. The temperature was cold, and at the end of the line of sight was a strange snowy mountain. Below the snow-capped mountain, there was an endless stretch of forest. The dense, towering trees were like giant umbrellas that held up the sky. Layers upon layers of branches covered the originally dim light, leaving only specks of light and shadows, giving off an inexplicable sense of oppression. In the depths of the forest, it was quiet and silent, but in the depths of the forest, there were occasional roars of beasts. On top of a towering tree, a woman was leaning against the tree. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, and her skin was white as snow. Her fine black hair was tied into a simple hairstyle behind her head. Her clothes that outlined her graceful curves were stained with blood. Her clear and watery eyes that were like colored glass were looking forward. After stuffing a few medicinal pills into her mouth, she stepped on a branch and flashed away into the dense forest. Mountains stood tall, valleys were secluded and narrow, and streams gurgled. The sky was very dark, so dark that it looked dark in the distance. The mountains in the distance were dark, and the forest was dark as well. That was close, luckily we escaped. On a flat boulder, a little girl and a little boy sat upright. They were in a sorry state, their clothes torn, their hair disheveled, and there were bloodstains. The girl was very young, but her pair of big round eyes still looked very lively at this moment. But the harvest was also very big. Those guys were very unlucky, they all died. The little boy was tall and strong, giving people the feeling of a fierce lion or a rock cub. At the moment, there was a satisfied smile on his pale face. He held a golden piece of paper in his hand. It was a page of scripture, and an ancient aura filled the air. He said, "Find a place, I want to comprehend it first. I also want to heal. Do you still have any spirit medicine? Give me some." The little girl looked at the little boy and said, "I gave you all the spirit medicine I got on the way. The little boy immediately looked at the little girl speechlessly. Forget it, I still have a few treasured medicine. The little girl pouted. Half of it is mine, you can't eat it. I plan to leave it for Burly Du and Young Du. The young boy suddenly became nervous. He knew that Du Xiaohuang was a foodie. There are plenty of them here. When the time comes, we'll just find them for them. We have to increase our strength first. This place is indeed dangerous. We have to find my father and sister Xingxing as soon as possible. Du Xiaohuang had some lingering fear in her heart. She secretly came here and realized that it was really dangerous. She had escaped from death several times, but the harvest was not small. The two small figures then left quietly. They were very careful and did not leave any traces behind. Chi, in the cave, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light shot out from his eyes like golden lightning, slowly converging into a clear and bright light. However, Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately became somewhat lifeless. From the information he had obtained from the soul of the immemorial saint weapon, the mysterious voice should have been left behind by the owner of the immemorial saint weapon. The sword body of the immemorial saint weapon should have been called Sky Slashing. For some reason, the sword body of the immemorial saint weapon had been destroyed, leaving behind a soul that contained the 3 Sky Slashing swords. It was left behind by its owner. The 3 swords were very vast, but with Du Xiaofu's comprehension ability, he felt that he had comprehended a lot, but for some reason, he felt that something was missing. However, Du Xiaofu was sure that the 3 swords were too extraordinary. It was left behind by the owner of Sky Slayer. It was his inheritance. An inheritance from an expert that existed before the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. What a great opportunity. Are you okay? Lu Limo's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Looking at Du Xiaofu's dull expression, she thought that he had gone mad. Huff, Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath of turbid air from the divine watchtower. It shook the void, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. At this moment, the profound energy in the divine watchtower surged violently and increased explosively. Refining the 9-leaf golden star vine was only one of the benefits he obtained. Also, refining the soul of the sacred weapon, Sky Slayer, in the purple gold heavenly watchtower gave him a lot of benefits. Feeling the aura on his body, Du Xiaofu estimated that he was about to reach the peak of the initial stage of the Saint Realm. Not only did he obtain the soul of the sacred weapon, but it also contained the inheritance of an ancient expert that existed before the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. Such a harvest was so great that even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but feel happy. However, Du Xiaofu also felt a little regretful. The 3 swords seemed to be missing something and he hadn't completely comprehended it. What's wrong with you? You can't have gone mad, right? Seeing that Du Xiaofu was smiling in a daze, but he didn't say anything, Lu Limo stood up and felt a little nervous. How could I have gone mad? Du Xiaofu stretched his body as cracking sounds could be heard from his shoulder joints. He smiled at Lu Limo and said, "Why don't you attack me? Who knows, you might be able to succeed when I'm unprepared." Humph. Lu Limo glared at Du Xiaofu. This ferocious guy had already set up a restriction in the cave. She had already tried to break it, but she couldn't. Even if she killed this guy and took back the soul of the sacred weapon, she wouldn't be able to get out. She would be trapped here forever. Suddenly, Lu Limo saw the smile on Du Xiaofu's face that she didn't like no matter how she looked at it. Her eyes flashed as she asked, You've subdued Zhangkong's weapon spirit? So you're still hiding something from me?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Lu Limo actually knew the name of the sacred weapon. She must have been hiding it from him from the beginning. Hearing this, Lu Limo's eyes flickered. She looked at Du Xiaofu and bit her lips. The master of Sky Slayer was an almighty of the human race. His name was Wukong Saint. It was said that during the calamity, the human race was also affected. Wukong Saint died, and Sky Slayer was destroyed. Not long ago, Sky Slayer's soul was born. It was said that the inheritance of Wukong Saint might be hidden in Sky Slayer's soul. Compared to Sky Slayer's soul, Wukong Saint's inheritance is far more important. Hearing Lu Limo's words, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He guessed that she was telling the truth, so he didn't hide it and said, "I've already obtained Sky Slayer's soul." "You've also obtained Wukong Saint's inheritance." Lu Limo's body trembled. That was Wukong Saint's inheritance. It was too important to the human race. It was much more important than the soul itself. "You can say that." Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't say much. After all, he still hadn't fully comprehended the three sword moves. Phew, hearing this, Lu Limo took a deep breath. Her chest heaved up and down, making her figure even more alluring. Her expression was a little gloomy. She had chased after him for so long and put in so much effort. She didn't expect Wukong Saint's inheritance to fall into the hands of this ferocious guy who appeared out of nowhere. "There's a sacred beast realm expert coming. I'll go out first. This seal can prevent detection. After half an hour, it will automatically disappear. You can leave then." As Du Xiaofu spoke, the smile on his face gradually subsided. It was precisely because he had sensed the arrival of a Saint Beast powerhouse that he had awakened. Du Xiaofu guessed that there was a sacred beast realm expert approaching. It was most likely related to him. Sacred beast realm. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Lu Limo's expression changed. She frowned. With her status, if she fell into the hands of those demonic beasts, the outcome would be unimaginable. The valley was in a mess. Cracks were everywhere. Collapsed boulders were everywhere. The creatures that were surrounding the valley had already left. The human and Lu Limo had left. The 9-leaf golden star vine was also taken by the human youth. It was useless to stay. Du Xiaofu and Lu Limo didn't enter the crack openly. With their strength, the demonic beasts that were watching from afar couldn't find any traces of them. But now, an old man in a red robe appeared in the valley. His long hair was combed behind his head. There was a streak of red hair in the middle that was particularly eye-catching. The figure of the old man landed in front of a pile of bones. These bones weren't small, but they were already beyond recognition. Even the head was missing. It was unknown what had bitten it apart. The bones were badly damaged and had lost their luster. They were as withered as dried meat. This was none other than the true body of Du Xiaofu back then. Creak, looking at the pile of bones, the old man's eyes gradually turned blood red. Blood chi slowly spread out. His slender but bony fingers quietly clenched. There was a creaking sound of bones colliding and a bloody light spread out. The light flickered. The old man stretched out his hand. Under the bloody light, Lu Yu's bones shrunk to the size of a foot and was kept in his chinkuan bag. "Who is it? Come out." When he kept his chinkuan bag, the old man spoke. His voice was gloomy and harsh. There was a silent fluctuation in the void. Du Xiaofu's figure silently appeared 1,000 feet away. He looked at the old man and sized him up. "Human, it seems like you are the one who killed Lu Yu." The old man's eyes flickered with bloody light. He immediately stared at Du Xiaofu. He had already gathered all the information. It seemed like the human youth in front of him was the one who killed Lu Yu. That's right. He wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill him. Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders in a carefree manner. However, he secretly raised his eyebrows. "I don't care. I will make you beg for death. Only then will I be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart." The old man's face turned gloomy. Blue veins popped out. A mighty bloody aura suddenly swept out. The aura of the Sage Realm cultivation was vast and mighty in the sky. "Old man, catch me if you have the ability." Du Xiaofu's figure had already disappeared. He had torn the void in front of him. He had drilled into it and disappeared. He didn't have any intention to fight. "Where are you going?" The old man was stunned. He seemed to be somewhat startled. He immediately shouted. His bloody aura surged out. He tore the void and chased after Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2275. Is that human kid here? Chase after him. Intercept him. Almost at the same time, two figures tore through the void and appeared in the sky. Then, they disappeared. Two mighty auras flashed and disappeared, shaking the surroundings. The Holy Beast Realm expert has appeared and found that human youth. The Holy Beast Realm expert has indeed appeared. That human youth is dead for sure. In the dense forest deep in the mountains, some people looked up and trembled. The majestic aura of the Holy Beast Realm expert flashed by and almost made them collapse on the spot. I wonder which expert will kill that human youth. How dare a human come to the Beast Alliance's territory so arrogantly? He must be tired of living. Let's go. That human is destined to die. The Beast Alliance meeting is about to begin. We can't miss it. Let's hurry. I wonder who will be the commander of this Beast Alliance meeting. The Lord of all beasts, the sovereign of the beast race. Discussions were everywhere. This was the Beast Alliance's territory and there were beasts everywhere. The Beast Alliance meeting was definitely a grand event. In the karst cave below the valley, the seal gradually disappeared. Lu Limo's beautiful figure appeared in the valley. She looked at the void with a complicated expression. Then, she tapped her feet on the ground and disappeared in a flash of light. In the vast mountain range, the mountains were connected and undulating. In the deep and serene gorge, an unfathomable and dense mountain aura rose like a veil, delicate and graceful. Together with the rough mountain range, it seemed to form a living landscape painting. Will Brother Xiaofu be alright? On a giant rock in the valley, the green phoenix little Qing leaned lazily and looked at the ethereal clouds in the void. Her clear and bright eyes had a faint green radiance and her long eyelashes were slightly curled. Brother Xiaofu will be fine. Dai Xingyu was certain. Her brows were like the distant mountains and her lips were as red as cinnabar. She was growing increasingly attractive. Let's just wait for him. There shouldn't be any problems. Oh Yangshuang said. She was well aware of Du Xiaofu's strength. As long as he did not encounter those primordial experts who had emerged from the tomb of eternity, there would not be much of a problem. With third young master's strength, he'll be able to deal with a holy beast. The little tiger was also very confident. I'm back. As soon as little tiger finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a young man with a rough build. He was dressed in tight clothes, revealing his bulging arms, which made him look very powerful. When the young man appeared, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, and the others were stunned for a moment before they recognized him. Big brother, third young master. Du Xiaoqing, little tiger, and Dai Xingyu went over to greet him. Qing Wan and Xiaoqing also stood up with smiles in their eyes. Their temperament was mysterious and supreme. This young man in tight clothes was naturally Du Xiaofu, who'd used a divine disguise technique. When he sensed that there wasn't just one holy beast expert in the vicinity of the valley, Du Xiaofu had no intention of fighting. After luring the holy beasts away, he used a divine disguise technique and changed his appearance. Along the way, he quietly dealt with a few battle servants who didn't know better. He took a few sets of clothes from his cosmos bag and arrived at the place he'd agreed to meet with Ouyang Shuang and the others. Given Du Xiaofu's speed and methods, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to shake off those holy beasts. Those holy beasts were only at the early stage of the holy beast realm. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of a few early-stage holy beast realm cultivators even if he had to fight them head-on. However, this was the Beast region's territory. Du Xiaofu didn't dare take the risk, nor did he need to make a move. "You're finally willing to come back." Suddenly, Ouyang Shuang's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. At the same time, Du Xiaofu felt pain in his ear. Ouyang Shuang had pinched it. Ouch, ouch! Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded. He had no idea how he'd provoked this tomboy. "So you can feel pain. Where's Lu Limo? Didn't she come with you?" Ouyang Shuang said indifferently as she held Du Xiaofu's ear. Her voice was a little strange. Ugh! When they saw this, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dai Xingyu looked at each other in dismay. They smiled knowingly and consciously retreated, as if they hadn't seen anything. They didn't want to be implicated. "You really do need to be taught a lesson for taking liberties with other people's girls." Qinghuan Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows. She was in high spirits as she watched the show. "How about you let go first? I'm not familiar with that Lu Limo or whatever. There's no relationship between us." Du Xiaofu finally understood the reason. This tomboy really hadn't changed. She was still as shrewish as ever. Her looks are enough to move your heart. And her hands are so bright and fair. You haven't seen them in so long. Ouyang Shuang said indifferently. Her grip grew stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Did he say that? Now that he thought about it, he really did say that. "Darling, I was just joking. I really didn't mean anything by it. She's not as pretty as you. Her hands aren't as fair as yours either." Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. His ear burned with pain. This tomboy's grip wasn't just a little heavy. "Do you think I'd believe you? She went down with you. What were you doing? Why did you take so long to come back?" Ouyang Shuang didn't have any intention of letting go. If it wasn't for the complicated situation at that time, she wouldn't have endured until now. Moreover, she saw with her own eyes that Lu Limo went with him. She also knew Du Xiaofu's character. He had been attracting bees and butterflies. He only came back after 3 days. How could she not think about it? I'm telling the truth. I really don't have any relationship with Lu Limo. I swear, I only found the immemorial sacred tool's soul. Then, I was chased by a saint beast for a long time. There are still demon beast experts nearby. Please don't attract them, Du Xiaofu screamed and begged for mercy. Humph. Ouyang Shuang let out a delicate snort. She pulled hard before letting go. Du Xiaofu screamed and touched his ear. Looking at Qinghuan, Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoqing, Dai Xingyu, and the others in different expressions, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, he didn't have any image left in front of these guys. "Brother Xiaofu, does it hurt?" Qinghuan went forward, blinked her big clear eyes, and asked with a face full of concern. "What do you think?" Du Xiaofu rubbed his ear and rolled his eyes at Qinghuan. "Then don't tease girls next time. Otherwise, Big Sister Shuang will pull your ear again," Qinghuan said to Du Xiaofu enthusiastically. "Little girl." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu fiercely glared at her. Sure enough, he didn't imagine it. "Stop pretending. I haven't used my strength yet," Ouyang Shuang said and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She knew how much strength she used. This guy was obviously pretending. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.